After E.
Take care.
Hey there, want to try your luck? It's not bad. These items might be your best bet. Looks powerful.
I will send with thee seek out the outcast queen, leader of the living rebels, and show her the Epoch.
Yes? Stay safe. I see.
I'll be with you.
Welcome, traveler. May Terra smile upon you. Welcome, traveler. May Terra smile upon you.
Yes? Be well.
Hurry! I'll take that as a yes. Get to the railing and give a signal when you're ready.
I am not doing that again. Let's go for a swim. It'll be fun.
You washed up? Yeah, I'll only slow you down. Please, go on without me.
Yes. Be well.
What do you want? What do you want?
everyone, it's Rax. Last Epoch Season 2 has been out. Hi everyone, it's Rax. Last Epoch Season 2 has been out for a few days, and it seems like most people have been really enjoying it. But with every ARPG release, we have to do this state of video, and I'm going to go through all the things that I think went very well for EHG, and I do have a list of some things that I think could be worked on for the future. But overall, I'm very, very favorable toward this patch. I think it's one of the best releases for any ARPG that I can remember. For me, this is up there with like any of the best PoE 1 leaks, or like the one of the final Diablo 3 seasons where they changed the entire endgame. So let's just get into it. And like always, we're going to start with the good things. One of the biggest improvements for me in Last Epoch is just the actual engine of the game. They said that they moved to the Unity 5 engine or something. And the graphics themselves look so much better. And it's not just like, oh, but like the greens look a little greener. It took some opportunities to make some parts of the campaign just far more beautiful. And I know I don't normally notice these things, but I noticed it for two reasons. The first reason is it was just such a dramatic change. And the second reason is because I've been speedrunning the game a lot. So I've just been kind of like blazing through. And so like when you go through a zone and it just has like a gray ground and a little sun in the background, and then you run through it and it's got like a full textured ground and a blazing sun like shooting fireballs everywhere in the background, you tend to notice those things. It's not just like the graphics though. It's also the way that the character plays. If I'm going to be honest, and I'm just always honest because I don't know, I just don't care. There has always been a little level of like jank. Is that a word? Jank in Last Epoch, where like you don't quite move exactly right. You don't quite port through right. Sometimes there's a little bit of lag when you open up your inventory or when you open up your stash or something like that. But just little tiny things here and there that just made it feel a little bit subpar. I can tell you, 80 to 90% of it has been removed with this update. It's just a lot more smooth. It's a nice, calm, smooth experience. It's noticeable. Whatever you guys have been doing back there to make the game play more like this, keep doing that. Keep doing more of that. And I'm really looking forward to, they said that they were going to do a revamp of more of these areas. Even for someone like me that doesn't quote unquote stop to smell the roses, I don't like stop and look around very often at how beautiful my environment is. If you do that good of a job, people are absolutely going to notice. In fact, I bet more of you guys watching the video probably noticed it even more than I did. The second thing is with the loot. Second good thing. And this is for a lot of reasons. First of all, one of the things, I have a pretty good relationship with EHG. They said, you know, hey, throw us any feedback that you have about anything. And I said, look, I play a lot of PoE 1, PoE 2. I play Diablo 4. I play Torchlight. I'm about to play No Rest for the Wicked. You want to know what I think Last Epoch is worst at? Like the worst out of any ARPG? Picking up items on the ground. Now, I understand I play very... what's the word? Unstably. I'm just trying to get A to B, just to kill a monster, grab the loot, and move forward. That's just my personality. That's the way that I am. So if you play very calmly, kill the monster, you go pick up the loot, and then you walk away, maybe you don't notice it. But as someone that's trying to move from A to B, my ability to pick up something and move forward, it just isn't there. They said that they would expand the radius of how you could pick it up. And not only that, they would change how the movement worked when you picked it up to stop the moment that you had actually picked up the item. And I can tell you, it makes a huge difference. I went from complaining about it constantly to complaining about it like less than 5 times in 2 straight days of playing. Huge difference. It's also the cadence of how the loot drops. With the Weaver Tree in the endgame, when you take the SSF buffs and you start progressing it and you get the prophecies, and then you get into the end game and you're learning how to like target farm certain things, whether you're target farming a blessing or target farming a certain item, this or that, or just chasing prophecies wherever they are. Your ability to generate loot pretty consistently to get those dopamine hits is very good in Last Epoch. It's very well done. And of course, part of the loot thing is the auto crafting materials just moving straight into the thing. It was nice to hit that button once in a while, but I'll be honest with you, I don't miss it. It's just way too efficient to not have that. I think that this is the first endgame expansion, other than maybe you can kind of count the Aberoth and the Harbingers last time, that actually makes a difference. I think the tombs and the cemeteries are pretty fun. I think crafting your own woven echoes and your own kind of web is fun. And some of the different crafting options like that they've introduced have made it better, which I guess is another point entirely. Being able to craft on idols and all the new runes that they've used for the different items. What I've noticed about a lot of them is a lot of them actually feel pretty end game. I don't find myself using them too early in my character's progression. That might be like point of feedback. I don't know how much these crafting things, shattering sets or shuffling the affixes on exalted items like that. That's like very late game. You have to actually have the good loot to make it even worth it. So I guess the next thing would be, would there be anything for early game? But in general, that went very well as well. One thing that went very well, maybe you could argue too well, is the class rework. They reworked Sentinel. Forge Guards look kind of further behind again between Paladins and Void Knights, but Paladins and Void Knights just rule. They have like all the S tier builds on max roll. They are completely and utterly dominating. Like I had a marksman. I'm like, bro, I gotta make a paladin, and this paladin, on this paladin as a level 60, I pulled a level 100 harbinger, and I stood still. I just tried to see if the harbinger could kill me. There was one, like his big ultimate attack, almost killed me. This paladin is still deathless. And by the way, you know the other funny thing? I fought the Harbinger with yellows from the campaign. Not even endgame here. Yellows from the campaign just stood there. They just couldn't kill me. It's insane. So I'll be making a guide on exactly this build. By the way, you're gonna laugh your ass off when you see how powerful this is. But I want to show you something here in a moment when we get to the negatives, and I'll show you a situation here about maybe it's a little bit too good. But anyway, I'm never going to fault a company for saying that they're going to, tackle some passives and some skills and make them better and function better and have it succeed. I don't think we're quite in a Spiritborn level. I don't think we're that far away from the other classes. Some of the other classes are having some success at the high leaderboards. But I think overall, there is a gap now between Sentinel and the other ascendancies, or the other base classes, where there's just too many great options here, which we'll address in a little bit. The dungeon skips are nice. I've been using them. So nice not to have to do that stupid ass dungeon. The WASD beta. Some people reported it's not perfect. I said use the in-game report function, but for a lot of people, it's great. Like they have to have that movement or they won't play. It's there now. The Uber difficulty, as far as I know, it's the second day, and people have been progressing real fast. Too fast, actually. I don't think anybody's killed Uber Aberoth. That's excellent. That's godly. It's exactly what we want. It needs to be unimaginably hard, because that's what that content is. That content is for like the 1% of the 1%. It's like beyond 500 corruption. It's just purely aspirational, just a ridiculous like dick measuring contest just to see if you could possibly do it. You've done well there. Another thing that I wanted to show you, which is why I logged in, is there's new stash affinities right here. If you don't know what this is, essentially it's a way to tell stash tabs what items you want to move where. With this ability, with this customization, I have trivialized looting and putting loot away. I'll make a video on it very soon, like within a day or two. And it's going to make your life so much better. If you don't know how to use this, be on the lookout for that video. And you're going to have tears running down your eyes. You're going to be so happy when you see how it works. Anyway, there might be more great things. If I missed any key ones, throw them down in the comments. But there's a ton of great things to talk about here. A lot of the stuff that they did worked. Now let's get to the improvements. Let's start with the most obvious one. It happens every time. And maybe this has to do with like pre-patching. What I mean by that is not having pre-patching. But the servers were very, very bad for a lot of people. I have very fast internet. I downloaded the update when it came out on the launch instantly, and I logged in. And all I saw for at least an hour or two was people spamming that they couldn't log in, and it's a streamer server, and they get racks in, but they don't let anybody else in. I think the reason why I got in is just because I just downloaded it instantly and logged in when no one else was on. And then I think the servers got immediately overwhelmed. The problem here is Last Epoch has an offline mode, so releasing a patch early is devastating. I wonder if they said they're exploring some things with Steam and seeing if they could do something with pre-patching. I also wonder, could they give us like a half patch early that like makes it not really work, but could they give us like the non-essential, like for example, the zone improvements, the graphical improvements? Could we download that patch a day early just to get most of the downloading out of the way? Are these things connected at all? Would that help the servers? I don't know. I'm not a server architect. I don't know if that would actually help. Maybe it wouldn't. But whatever they could do to further learn from this experience and further prepare, this really did piss a lot of people off. I mean, at this point, I've been doing this for so long. I never even expect to play. I was surprised that I logged in and played. But people were mad about that. The class balance. So we said that the Sentinel rework went very well. Oh yes, it did. It went very well. But let me show you the hardcore ladder here. Now, what I want you to look at is the class column. So Paladin 1, and I believe this is a Druid, and I believe that this is a Shaman. So Paladin, Druid, Shaman. So you can win. You can do very well as not a Paladin. But we have Paladin, 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 Void Knight, Paladin, Paladin. By the way, Void Knight is also a Sentinel Ascendancy. Druid Master, Paladin, 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 Druid, Paladin, 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 Druid, Paladin. So the class balance is not exactly there. And here, over the course of, across many ARPGs, and I'm guessing EHG already knows this, but just to specifically call it out, the solution is not to go to your Paladin and your Void Knight and just nerf the shit out of it when you just created it and people really like it and it's a lot of fun. Now, I don't think I should be able to tank the level 100 Harbinger as a 60 Paladin in yellows for the campaign. Like, some adjustments are certainly needed, but I would strongly advise against going in and just ripping it apart. Do some analysis, see what the team thinks, and maybe go for a couple of things. Like, maybe it's just on the defensive side because their defenses are out of this world. Maybe we bring that down a hair. Maybe certain builds need their offense down a hair. But it does seem like Sentinels and Paladins and Void Knights are way too strong. Now, before anybody gets really mad that you made a Void Knight and a Paladin, they already said there's no nerfs during the season. The only time they will change something in the season is if something is actually bugged. I haven't tested it in depth. I don't know if there is a bug here. I'm not aware of any bugs, so you're good. Like, play your Paladins, play your Void Knights. I have one right here. Look at me go. But I'm saying for the future season, we need some better balance. And it's not just about offense. It's about quality of life and defense for the other classes. For example, one of the skills that I'm using here is the Symbols of Hope, this one. And what this does now is this generates every 2 seconds, and it orbits around me, and it doesn't have an expiration. You want to know what it used to do? You used to have to cast it all the time. It would orbit around you, and then it had an expiration. So it's like, it sucked before. but the work that they've done on the quality of the life of this class is also very important. So just to give you that example, some of the other classes and ascendancies could use a lot more quality of life. Like the first thing that comes to mind is like, I love shamans. I played shaman for 15,000 hours in WoW. And whenever I have to do the stupid like form, Spriggan form or whatever it's called, like it's so like convoluted in how you like go back and forth and this and that or this and that. I always thought that, man, that could be dramatically improved. So when you're doing the class balance pass, it would be nice to see some of the quality of life stuff given to the other classes. And then just to call out like a huge contrast, we already talked about the defense of the Paladin. Compare that to the defense of Heartseeker, where yes, people say if you stack like glancing blow and enough dodge chance, then marksman can finally like try to stay alive. But all of that is based upon gear. And marksman is so, as Carve put it from EHG, giga softcore. I mean, you really can't even play that build unless you want to play a pure glass cannon, unless you know how to target farm all the right items right away, which a lot of people won't. So it's not just about changing offense. It's not just about changing quality of life. It's also the defense of the other classes. So I don't know how EHG works. Like, I don't know like how they schedule their updates or whatever. But I think one thing that would be cool to see is instead of saying, oh, next time we're going to completely change like Acolyte, all of the Acolyte ascendancies, it might be nice to target like one ascendancy from each class. That way, every season, people can have a little bit of a different choice in what they play. Because all eyes were on Paladin and Void Knight, and boy, did it deliver. And that's fine, but just the balance is off. One interesting piece of feedback that I've heard a lot of people say, and it's, I mean, it's obviously true. I wouldn't put it here if it wasn't true, but you can see it right here. Is the progression speed is too fast. So tons of people were already level 100 on the very first day, especially in the normal thing. Like, this is like one full day has elapsed, not even 2 full days yet, I think, as at the time of making this video. And I mean, how many 100s are there? I mean, there's already 30 people that have hit 100, not even 2 days in. So I think that that's definitely off. Like, it shouldn't be like that. And I don't want these changes to like negatively impact people that don't blast the game all the time. So it can be like a much more common thing where like the last levels really ramp up and they're just very, very challenging to reach. But I think everything is just way too easy. If people are completing all the way to 100 on the very first day, that can't be right. Another thing that I would caution against is, again, here's what not to do. Don't just give all monsters 50% more HP. Don't just cut XP by 80% across the board. Like, I've never seen EHG do something like that. I don't think they would, but kind of strategically figure out where do we want the game to start ramping up the difficulty in terms of getting the XP rewards and and then adjust it from there. I guess in plain English, what I would like to see is, I would like to see it to be a little bit more of an achievement to hit 100 rather than like a very easy formality. One thing that surprised me is I actually got kind of caught with my hand in the cookie jar when I was playing my marksman. So, for example, most of the max roll guides say play the leveling build till about 70 and then respec to whatever ascendancy you want. Well, I played till about, I don't know, 74, and I checked the respec cost at 74, and it was like 240,000 gold. So like if I want to respec Forge Guard right now, I'm 71. It's 151. But every level incrementally here, it starts to ramp pretty quickly. And while it ramps quickly, your XP goes up by a lot in these early monoliths. It's going up quickly. Like, I run like 2 or 3 echoes, maybe even less. It's probably like 2, and I've already leveled up again. So what does that mean? It means that if I don't have enough gold to respec by this point, which I didn't, if I run 2 echoes, then the cost of respecking it is going to go up by like 30,000 gold. I can guarantee you from the bottom of my heart, there ain't no way I'm going to make 30,000 gold in 2 echoes. Even if I pick the piles of gold reward, even if I find a loot lizard that drops me 3 set items or 3 legendaries that I vendor, there ain't no way I'm going to get that much gold in 2 echoes. So I had to actually, from 74 until like 77, I had to be very careful to like not get XP. And I had to like go back to the other timelines and farm the piles of gold up rewards. And so I wouldn't get experience, so I could finally get my gold to catch up to my XP cost so I could pay the respec thing. And all of this happened before stepping into empowered monoliths. So my feedback here is, unless you know to respec quite early, it's actually very, very tough if you don't have the gold to actually catch up to that balance. And when you hit empowered monoliths and the XP kind of slows down and your gold ramps up, then you start to outpace it. But by then, like, people are going to respec at that moment or a little bit earlier. And then at that point, the fact that you outpace that mathematical formula doesn't matter. So what does all that mean? My advice here, what I think you should do is you should lower the mathematical formula for respecking like below level 80. Or maybe at least to like 75. Give people a chance to respec a little bit easier by like 75, because from about 70 onward, it starts to catch up to you very quickly. I had to do some shenanigans. And by the way, don't forget that when I actually did finally respec, it completely bankrupted me. I had 3,000 gold. That didn't feel good either. Usually people are only going to do it once. So if they do it once and they do it before 80, I think you can feel okay lowering the cost without compromising the game in any way. Now, the tombs and cemeteries, they had 2 things that kind of made me scratch my head a little bit, and this is mostly feedback for early on in the tombs and cemeteries. I found myself like, the strategy is when you get to the regular monoliths,
Hey folks, this is Riker, and let me tell you a tale about 3 ARPGs. One is on a hot streak, one is in crisis mode, and one is saying, trust us, we got a 10-year plan. Last Epoch just launched Season 2, and it's hitting all the right notes. A smooth launch, glowing community sentiment, solo-friendly systems, a lot of Path of Exile 2 refugees are having a great time. Meanwhile, PoE 2 is deep in what can only be described as a loot-based existential crisis. The devs are patching quickly, which is great. But if nobody's getting dopamine from monster drops, are we even really playing any RPG? Then there's Diablo 4, quietly trucking along with a roadmap that left players scratching their heads asking, That's it. But Blizzard says more is coming, and apparently they're taking a look at the skill tree and endgame. Outside the RPG world, Baldur's Gate 3 dropped one final massive patch before riding off into the sunset. Bungie finally revealed Marathon, and immediately got roasted for it. And a long-rumored Oblivion remaster basically leaked all over the internet, just in time to overshadow Skyblivion's 13-year fan project. Oh, and apparently the Mass Effect and Dragon Age teams at BioWare hated each other, which kind of explains a lot. It's a big week in gaming. We'll cover all those stories and more as we dive into this news roundup. But before we dive into everything, we'll start with some quick ARPG news and a word from this video's sponsor, Torchlight Infinite. Their new season, Sandlord, dropped April 17th, and it's still going to be one of their biggest updates yet. This time, they're leaning hard into economy-driven gameplay. They're introducing an entire new layer on top of standard loot grinding. It's centered around the Cloud Oasis. It's a floating island hub that you're going to build up over time. You'll be collecting a new currency called Floating Island Coins, earned by defeating monsters, and you're using that to develop your oasis. You're going to recruit sand pirates as workers, assign them roles like miner, chef, aviator, mercenary, and you're going to start developing passive income through all these different professions. You'll establish trade rounds. You're going to have strategic decisions around efficiency and risk. It's a surprisingly involved system, and it brings a layer of city building to the ARPG grind. And while you're upgrading your Oasis, the core gameplay loop also gets a big upgrade. There's a new hero trait for Thea called Blasphemer. Instead of stacking blessings like before, this version sacrifices them, turning that power into a single target erosion-based curse called Desecration. There's new legendary items, some of which are tailored to help players bridge into the higher difficulties. The Deep Space endgame has been fully reworked to feature tougher enemies, stacking loot modifiers, and new danger mechanics. You'll also find secret realms, which are rare maps with unique twists, like loot rooms with no enemies, just tons of loot chests, or some will have unique boss summoning mechanics. On top of all that, this marks Torchlight's second anniversary, and to celebrate, they're doing a huge giveaway called Sands of Fortune. As you play, you'll earn spins on a prize wheel with chances to win in-game items from a prize pool valued at $250,000. There's also a daily login event, anniversary bundles, and some powerful new pact spirits. Sands of Fortune runs until May 2nd. So whether you want to try out Torchlight for the first time or dive back into the update, click the link in the description to try out the new season. So, starting with last Epoch news, the launch of Season 2, Tombs of the Erased, has been kind of a banger. And by kind of, I mean totally and completely. Not only did the servers hold up shockingly well, yeah, I mean, we did get some LE52 errors for the first hour or so, but as far as ARPG launches go, okay, it was relatively smooth. But on top of that, player sentiment is glowing for a lot of ARPG players. Last Epoch is bringing the fun back to the genre. For solo players, Last Epoch might just be the most welcoming ARPG out there right now. There's a system called the Circle of Fortune, which is essentially a solo self-found guild that lets you still play with your friends. It's built from the ground up for that experience. Target farming, curated loot paths, and zero pressure to trade or party up. People who haven't played Last Epoch since launch, or new players altogether, are enjoying breezing through the campaign, running into loot lizards and nemesis mobs and the new champion mobs, which all add spice and excitement to the different zones as you're going through the campaign. Shrines feel amazing in Last Epoch. They really juice them up. Every shrine feels fun and meaningful. Leveling is fast, it's impactful, it's full of loot that actually matters. I get crafting materials in great enough abundance to feel like I can actually consistently craft throughout the campaign, but I'm not drowning in them to the point that I feel I have infinite resources. Everything is just always in the Goldilocks zone. I've heard some people question whether the campaign is too easy. Look, is it too easy if you're following a build guide that has been theory crafted by a top player in the game? Is it too easy if you are following the meta powerful builds? Yeah, probably. Is it too easy for someone playing blind, putting their own build together? Is it too easy for a new player to ARPGs? Probably not. Ultimately, Last Epoch sits in a nice place between Diablo 4 and Path of Exile 2. It's that Goldilocks zone. Not too hot, not too cold, it feels just right. PoE 2 makes you struggle too much, D4 is too effortless, and Last Epoch is currently hitting the right balance of progression pace. At least initially, we'll see in a week once people are deep into the end game, but the experience Last Epoch gives you, at least during your first couple of play sessions, is just plain fun and enjoyable. Concurrent player counts on Steam peaked at 150,000, and I expect us to see this weekend top that number. The all-time concurrent player count peak for Last Epoch was 265,000 14 months ago. That was at launch. So still being able to bring back over half your launch numbers over a year ago. That's really good. Last Epoch also reached the 5th best-selling game on Steam this week, so Season 2 is also bringing in a lot of new players. Now, we've previously spoken about all the new content and big changes coming with Season 2, but there were a few more things that didn't get covered during Hype Week. Direct peer-to-peer trade was removed from the game. The devs said that people rarely used it, and instead used either the gift feature within parties to basically mail items to their friends, or the Trade House Bazaar to buy and sell items without needing to interact with another player at all. Instead, P2P trading was mostly used for real money trade like gold sellers, so good riddance. And for the Bazaar, they added a 15% tax paid for by the buyer. They added this as a gold sink. It's something we've seen historically successfully added in many games, economies, over the generations of games. And I know that sounds like a bad thing superficially, but it really helps keep the economy in check and stop runaway inflation. Also, the devs are clearly listening to the community. For instance, they were initially against allowing mastery respecs, like very firmly opposed to it, but the community wanted it, so they gave in. Now, one thing added to the game that isn't perfect, still very good, they've added WASD movement, again, which is great. And they did clarify that it is currently in, it's an experimental feature for now. It does not feel quite as smooth as in PoE 2, but I'm glad that they added it. I've been using it, and I'm sure they're going to keep working on it to help smooth it out. Oh, quick reminder, folks, either grab a loot filter or configure your own. You can configure your own in-game, no need for third-party tools or a degree in coding or anything. But let's hear from you, folks. If you've been playing Last Epoch this season, what's been your favorite change so far? Or if you haven't tried it yet, what's holding you back? Alright, over in Path of Exile 2 news, things are complicated. Patch 0.2.0F dropped with a bunch of quality of life improvements. You can now respec your Ascendancy class. We got new stash tab affinities. Stuns on players were toned down. Belts, level 30 and above, now implicitly have charm slots. Pinnacle bosses at difficulty 0 offer unlimited respawn attempts. All these are great changes. This was a good patch that addressed things that players have been talking about almost since launch in many cases. And I want to stress before going on, it's really great that the devs are deploying these rapid patches. This is what early access is all about. Now, that said, these changes, while good, again, are not distracting players from the core issues right now. Recent Steam reviews had rebounded to mixed after last week's couple of patches, but they're now back to mostly negative. The current state of the game has been called by some players tedious. It's been called joyless, hostile to casuals. You want to try a fun off-meta build like a bleed ritualist? Yeah, good luck. Unless you're using one of a very few specific builds, progression just crawls. Attribute requirements are so strict that it makes hybrid attribute builds incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to pull off. The passive tree just lacks those big juicy attribute nodes that really help fill in the requirements in PoE 1. I've seen PoE 2 described as a game in which you're just managing downsides. Every good thing comes at the expense of something else. You're not building around optimizing strengths, you're building around mitigating pain. It's like the game punishes you for wanting.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the live. We have a special guest joining us today. He goes by the name of Bedtime MMA. And here he is.
Oh
We've
my
got
God.
Bedtime.
What's up, man?
We've got Bedtime MMA, Lucas Tracy, and it's time to discuss UFC 304. We're talking Plotty Man Blades. We're talking Bilal Muhammad. Okay?
Goat.
We got Bilal. We have Bilal here with us. We have Bilal here.
Bro, before we discuss 304, can we just discuss the fact that you had me in the waiting room? This guy wouldn't even talk to me. This guy just had me waiting in the lobby. Like I'm a fucking... What is this, man?
We had him in the waiting room for about 30 seconds.
You changed, brother. You used to be humble guy, brother. You changed, brother.
All right,
That's
well,
crazy.
we've got bedtime. Hope the training is going well, by the way. And
It's going good, man.
So, you know, we've been hearing some takes. We've been hearing some Patty Pimblett takes from you. We've been hearing some Bilal takes. I was actually surprised to hear that you weren't. I mean, I don't know if everyone's watched the video that you put out yesterday. You put out a video titled that you believe in Bilal.
I believe in him.
But you didn't seem so sure.
I believe in him, but I don't know. I feel like it's ridiculous to say that he will win a close decision in the UK. Like, I know how these judges, but that's why I'm picking Paddy Pimblett as well. I think even if Bobby Green, like, if you think Bobby Green won, he's not gonna get the decision. So, yeah, I think Paddy Pimblett's gonna beat him though.
Pimblett, you know, listen, I actually do see that, you know, a lot of these fights, I wish I had like a super definitive 100% take where I could go all in, like the Benoit Saint Denis Poirier take. With this card, like, these fights are actually kind of close.
The main card is completely like pick'ems low key. Like it is genuinely coin flip main card, yeah.
It actually is. It actually is a bit of a pick'em main card, but there is one fight though that, you know, you kind of have to go all in. I don't know what hoops and ladders people are going to be jumping through to convince us that Blades wins, unless you're one of those people.
I really want Blades to win, bro. I really want my boy Curtis Blades to get this W, man. Like, it's not a thing that I think that Aspinall's not good. Like, I think just Aspinall is just so good that even if Blades shows up at his best, like, Aspinall's still like such a hard fight for him. But Blades is probably his hardest matchup. Let's be real here. Like, it's probably Blades and Jones, the only guys that can really beat Aspinall. So, if anybody's gonna do it, it will be Curtis Blades in this fight. Otherwise, I mean, if he beats Curtis Blades, there's no shame in that. Like, you can't, like, Tom Aspinall's just going to be goated at that point, I think.
If he beats Curtis Blades, exactly. I mean, you've got anyone that beats Blades is goat. Derek Lewis. You got Lewis.
Sergey Pavlovich.
Sergey Pavlovich, that's true. There's a lot of guys that have beat him, to be fair. There are plenty of people.
It really hasn't, bro. Ngannou, champ. Sergey Pavlovich fought for the interim belt. Derek Lewis fought for the belt.
He's not, that was a pity interim belt, you know.
No, any title elimination.
The winner becomes the real champ. But Sergey Pavlovich, even though he was supposed to be the backup for that fight, fighting for the interim belt, I mean, you may as well say Emmett is like a legend for fighting for the interim belt.
That's true, but I mean, he didn't have to fight Aspinall. He could have just waited for a title shot because he was the #1 contender for beating Blades.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. No, I think Blades is good. I just, you know, people talk about this guy like he's like a forever silver medalist in this division.
Listen, dude, here's my thing about Blades.
Second 5 times and still be the second best guy in that division.
You can't hate on my boy Blades, dude. No, he's not,
Okay.
dude. He's not overrated, bro. People hate on this fucking guy. He was whooping Derek Lewis. That was a fluke. We all know it was a fluke. Nobody would pick Derek Lewis to beat him in a rematch. Let's be real here. He was beating Sergey Pavlovich. That was a fluke. But, dude, come on. He was beating Pavlovich.
He actually was. We'll put him up for a minute for a good solid.
That's what I'm saying. The thing about heavyweight is it's such a low bar, but like Blades is actually like fast. He has good wrestling. He has good skills. This makes him like an elite heavyweight. The fact that he's kind of fast and like he can shoot a good takedown now and then. He can stuff a takedown every once in a while, unless it's Shelton Almeida. The fact that he has these basic abilities, he's like an elite heavyweight. So I don't know, man. I feel like people gas up Tom Aspinall. Tom Aspinall beat Marcin Tybura, bro. People were picking Tai Tuivasa to beat Tybura. Let's not act like this guy's just, oh my god, he beat Marcin Tybura. Holy fuck. Right.
But the thing is, though, if Blades fights Tybura, he's having like a feel-out process, man. You know, he's having like a close battle with him. Blades going leg kick for leg kick with Tabora, takedown for takedown for a good round before he chins him. Aspinall just
he's not gonna chin him
cuts right through him in a minute. You know?
But I mean, that's what you're supposed to do to a blob. But Blades would just lay on him and just beat the fuck out of him. Like nobody would pick. Like what's Marcin Tybura gonna do to Curtis Blades? Nothing.
Tabora's
Almeida's a great win.
Dude,
Almeida's a great win. I'm gonna be real. Almeida is an insane win for Blades, low-key, because there was a lot of people thinking that Almeida was gonna be like fighting Aspinall for the belt and fighting this shit for the belt. So I don't know. I feel like people kind of overlook that win as like, oh, whatever. But that's a good win, dude.
The Blades Almeida performance is a weird one because it's like he's getting ragdolled for a good 5 minutes.
It's like
And
he
then
Dustin
gets-
Poirier,
gets,
bro.
like- yeah, he kind of. It's kind of like similar
Yeah,
to
bro.
DP and Benoit Saint Denis, but Blades is a tricky case though, because again, it's like you get ragdolled for 5 minutes, and then he has this one moment. He did land an uppercut before he got the TKO. But then
Beautiful
there's this
shot.
like one weird fluky instance. It's like a Johnny Walker back of the head strikes moment up against the fence.
Bro.
He was getting. Listen, I think Blades is good, but I think he's overrated. I think that Curtis Blades has had too many close rounds. He's had too many close
But is he overrated though? Because is anyone really saying like, dude, Curtis Blades is gonna fucking destroy
Yeah.
Tom Aspinall? Like, I'm the biggest Curtis Blades fan in the world, probably, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like,
That's
and
hilarious.
I'm trying really hard to be
The
biased
biggest
because,
Blades
dude,
fan in the world is from Australia. Like it's such
that's
a
what I'm saying,
such a
man.
random place.
I don't
to have the
even know
biggest
why
Blades
I'm
fan.
I don't even know why I'm such a big Blades fan. Like when I was talking to him about it, couldn't even explain. I was just like, bro, I'm just a huge fan of you, dude. I don't know why. I just fuck with Curtis Blades. But
Maybe
dude, even
it's-
I am like,
yeah.
man, even
Maybe
I am
it's
like,
pity,
bro, if he
maybe,
beats
maybe you
Aspinall,
feel bad for the fact that he's getting KO'd every now and then.
hell nah, bro. You know what
Maybe
it
it's
is,
pity
dude?
points, man.
I think it's kind of the same as Bilal. I think he should have got a title shot, and it makes me root for him. Because when he beat Overeem, he should have got a title shot. You know what I'm saying, dude? He should have fought Stipe already. But
Yeah, let me
is
look
what
up
it
his.
is, man.
What was his record like before he beat Overeem? I know that was his most famous finish. Like that's his famous Curtis Blades ground and pound
bladed him.
finish. Yeah, he did. Oh shit, he was actually on a pretty crazy win streak at
that's
one
what
time.
I'm saying, bro. He should have got the title shot.
He was on a pretty nutty win streak. Dude, Blades has so many fights in the UFC. He's been around for a minute. No, I see what you're saying. But I think that a lot of us can agree, and I think that you might agree with this. That might be the one fight that's not such a coin flip. Like the way Aspinall loses, in my opinion, and I want to hear your take on this. Like, I want to hear how Blades wins from you. But in my opinion, and I'm not going to call it a fluke, all right, because people are gonna not like that, but I honestly think like Aspinall has to crumble up a little bit into an Anthony Smith ball up against the cage. I think his knee has to give out a little bit. I think there has to be a weird, step that he takes for Blades to start just pummeling him. Then I could see Blades taking him down, taking advantage over a bad moment, a misstep, and then once you've got big Curtis Blades on you, he's like 275 in the
Done
cage.
for it.
You're basically toast. But, a lot of people say they're toast, but actually they're often not toast. Maybe Aspinall still gets up and KOs them. Because the thing is, there's this narrative that Blades KOs people on the ground. I feel like he
don't
used
know
to be
though,
better.
man.
But either way, that's one way I see it going down. The other way I see it going down is Aspinall goes in there with a mental block because he knows that the last time he fought Curtis Blades, he got horribly injured, and it was the worst night of his life. He could be jittery, and Blades could just be the one that's firing in all cylinders. Aspinall might not impose his will, and Blades might just chin him. Those are the two ways I see Blades winning. I struggle to find like a methodical. I know it's heavyweight, and like these guys don't have like the most intricate game plans, but I struggle to see like this methodical Curtis Blades game plan of breaking Aspinall down. It seems like it's an impossible task.
I think honestly, dude, I think he's gonna wrestle, man. I really do, man. I think he's gonna wrestle, dude. I really think Curtis Blades is gonna wrestle, man. I think he's gonna mix it up. Nah, but listen, I did talk to him about this because I'm not gonna lie. When this got announced, I was like, bro, it's my boy. But I talked to him about it. I was like, dude, what's like? Are you gonna go it like? Because this was right after the Pavlovich thing. I was like, bro, I didn't pick you. I picked you against Pavlovich, and you fucking sold. And he was like, yeah, bro. Like he just said he knows. Like he knows he's not gonna do. Basically, he just said he's not gonna try and outbox fucking Tom Aspinall. I don't want to give away his full game plan, but he's not. He's not going to try and outspeed out.
Gonna box with Pavlovich?
No, he just said that he was dumb for doing that. I was like, yeah, bro, I agree, dude.
Okay.
So
I didn't know you were
I
tight
think
with
he's
Blades.
going to
That's
mix it up
interesting.
a little bit more. Bro, we're boys, man. We're boys, dude.
Okay.
This is a real thing, dude. But no, I feel like look, I'm not picking Curtis Blades. I really want him to win, but I think if he wins, it will be because there's something about Tom Aspinall we don't know. Like it's either an injury or we've never seen this guy pass round 2. I know that's pretty hard for him to get out of round 2. The way that he fights, he's looking for a finish straight away. He's kind of like Charles Oliveira, like not in terms of his skills, but I just mean in terms of like if he most of his fights he's either finishing you in round 1 or round 2. Like we've never seen this guy go to a decision. He doesn't fight to like win a round. I would like to see Tom Aspinall in round 3, especially against a guy that trains at elevation. Plus, we don't know if what does Tom Aspinall look like off his back? Like, what does he look like if he slips on a fucking banana peel and Blades is on top of him?
Right.
I don't know, man. I think I've seen more of Curtis Blades fighting, so I know what I'm getting. Whereas Tom Aspinall, if it leaves round 2, I don't really know what I'm actually getting. So,
Blades
it's a tough fight for Blades, though. Tough fight for my boy
Blades has dug deep. These guys are saying pre-recorded. This ain't pre-recorded, guys.
Yeah, bro.
Blades has dug deep. He had a 5-rounder against Volkov, and he wrestled him for 5 rounds. So Blades can push a pace. He can push a pace. You know, Blades.
And you yourself has said that sometimes beating somebody by decision is more impressive than finishing them straight away. You have said that's more of a conclusive victory. So
that's true, but at heavyweight, with the level of competition, when there's one heavyweight that we know is good.
Dude, Volkov's good though.
Volkov is good. Volkov is good. No. I'm not saying Blades' performance over Volkov wasn't great. I'm just saying at heavyweight, when there's such a high chance of knocking someone out, I think if you're really good, and you also take into account that there's like not many talented fighters there, I think at heavyweight's a little bit different. You know what I mean? You kind of want to see a first-round finish from a guy like Tom Aspinall rather than a 4th-round finish from Cyril Gahn. Because if Cyril Gahn goes in there versus Aspinall, what are we going to say? Well, he's got the ability to dance around for 4 rounds, but Tom Aspinall's good footwork too. I don't know if the jab is enough. Like, I think power at heavyweight means a lot. It's good that Curtis Blades has it, though. And it's good that he has an ability to push a wrestling pace, though. And that's true. I mean, Aspinall, he could gas. We don't know. I think his conditioning's probably on point, but you never know. I mean, this guy had a brittle, what was that, a knee, an ACL injury? I don't remember the exact injury.
Bro, imagine he just tears that shit again, dude. I swear
to God. If he tears it in the first round, then you just know Blades. He's like the Mateus Gamrot at heavyweight.
Blades is just the GOAT. Blades just owns him.
Yeah.
Bro. Yeah.
Blades, you're going to have to say Blades owns him if Aspinall gets injured again. Because that, you know, part of it is going to be Aspinall so nervous. Blades is going to be in his head. It's not just he gets injured.
Blades, dude, yeah.
It's going to be scared of the outcome against Blades, and he's going to take a misstep and he's going to fuck himself up. So,
dude,
that could happen. It is possible. You never know.
But that's how good Aspinall is. This is like the only outcome I can think of where it's like, yeah, bro, Blade. If he gets injured, Blades has got this one. It's a tough fight, dude. Yeah. But it's not against Curtis Blades. It's just how good Aspinall is. Like.
Yeah.
Even Leon, I think Leon's good. I just think Bilal's a bad matchup for him. But I'm not delusional. I think if it goes to a decision, they're going to give it to fucking Leon Edwards. Even if Bilal pieces him up with his body kick and his switching stance.
I feel like everyone is a bad matchup for Leon. It's funny because we always say the same thing about Bilal. And I'm talking about like the Weasel. Everyone's always saying he's a nightmare for Bilal. Shavkat's a nightmare for Bilal. Gilbert, I said it, is a nightmare for Bilal. I actually think there's not a great style for Leon to dominate. I just don't think Leon's capable of dominating anyone in this division. No. I mean, he did have a clean performance.
Really chinny, I feel like.
Yeah. Right. I mean, that's the thing. Like, Edwards leaves it so close every single time he fights. I do think, though, Bilal, I want to hear why you think he's a tricky matchup for Leon. Because I think Bilal's good, but I think that Leon is going to have his number. I think Leon is in his head. Leon outstruck him. Leon freaking schooled him.
I feel like Bilal's in Leon's head. Leon fucking hates this guy, bro. Dude, Leon hates this guy. I don't know why. Leon's trying to kill this guy. But, dude, in terms of him outstriking him in the first fight, come on, man. Come on now, man. He landed a head kick, didn't drop him, recovered immediately, grabbed Leon, put him against the fence, bullied him. Don't let him bully your son. Don't let him bully your son. He put him against the fence and then elbowed him, dude.
Elbow. I saw the elbow. I saw the elbow.
Yeah, bro. Bilal Muhammad was landing body kicks on him. He was switching stances on him. He was out grappling. Dude, Leon is the only one that shot a takedown in that fight, not Bilal. He felt the power of Bilal Muhammad. He got scared. He shot a takedown. He knows what's up, Bilal, man. He knows what's up, dude.
Bilal's hungry. He is hungry. It seems like he's got a lot of momentum going into this. I mean, 100%.
I think Bilal Muhammad's pressure is gonna be a big deal because people look at his takedown accuracy as like, oh, bro, this guy's a shit wrestler. He's just shooting takedowns to make you tired. Like, he's not trying to take you down. Leon Edwards will shoot a full takedown attempt and get stuffed. And we've seen Leon, like, call me crazy. Am I crazy that Leon Edwards slows down so much? Like in the Colby fight, he was slowing down. I feel like
Leon,
Kamaru
Leon
Usman
does
do obviously
have a
elevation,
questionable
but
gas tank. Even he won the 5th against Usman in the trilogy, so
Yeah.
there's that. But he does. I see. Like he lost the 5th round to Colby, but he took him down though. You know what I mean? He took
Yeah,
Colby
but,
down.
like,
I think
he's not
I
taking up
honestly
Bilal,
think-
though.
I think he had a lapse of judgment more than he was gassing out in the 5th. Like he was winning the 5th against Colby until he went for the back. Colby got out of the body triangle and was in his guard for the rest of the round. Yeah, Leon does tire out, but let's see. Do you think Bilal's pace is that good? Because I think it's overrated, honestly.
I think it's
Bilal-
better than Colby Covington right now. He's not going to be as gun shy as Colby. He's already fought this guy, and he wasn't really like gun shy in that first fight either. And I feel like the thing with Bilal Muhammad is, like, Colby Covington's not a big welterweight. He was pretty like in that 5th round when he stopped doing his fucking iCarly stance and he actually tried. I swear to God, he picked up Leon's leg and ragdolled him, like just dropped him straight away, took him down. I feel like Bilal Muhammad's gonna be bigger, he's gonna be stronger, he's gonna be better in the clinch than Colby. He's not gonna be squared up to be kicked to the body as much, and he's not gonna get chewed up to the legs as much because he switches stances a lot and actually has offense from both stances. Colby Covington will switch stances, but he doesn't do anything with it. And Bilal Muhammad doesn't do the fancy bullshit of Kamaru Usman. Usman tries to look really technical and just like sometimes he doesn't even know what he's doing. I feel like Bilal Muhammad will just do his own thing. Like he's not trying to be technical. He's not faking switching stances. He actually does have attacks from multiple stances. He'll shoot takedown attempts to make you tired. If he wants to get you down, he is a good wrestler. I think he will be able to take down Leon at least like a couple of times. I don't think it'll be easy, but I think he can do it. And if he can get takedowns early, I think it's going to change the striking for Leon. It's not going to make it as easy for him. We saw him against Usman in the 2nd fight. And even in the 3rd fight, dude, you know, I think it's kind of crazy when people are like, oh, Leon's levels above this guy. They're pretty similar in terms of the way that they fight. Like I would say Bilal Muhammad's higher output, less power, less accurate, probably more of a grappler. But yeah, I don't know, man. People really shit on Bilal. I don't get it. He's on a 10-fight unbeaten streak. You don't get to that if you're like trash. If you're like a fraud, you're not winning 10 fights in a row. It's not possible in the UFC. But I don't know, man. It's a close fight too. I think the way that they fight, it's gonna be a decision. It's gonna be close. That's why I think Leon will get the nod from the judges. But I believe in Bilal Muhammad. I think he can do this.
He could, man. I mean, again, I think Leon does slow down a little bit. I think the whole hating Bilal thing, like, listen, I think it may have been a little bit more warranted about a year ago or a year and a half ago. Probably before the, what was his name? Before the Sean Brady fight. I could understand people poking fun of it, but it's just a little bit overplayed at this point. Like, Bilal, he destroyed Sean Brady. He went after him. And against Gilbert Burns, to be fair, it is a little bit pathetic that he just did enough to beat Gilbert Burns, even though it was kind of like a clear fight.
Dude, let's not act like Leon Edwards would not. Leon Edwards would do the exact same fucking thing. Let's be fucking real. Leon.
That's the thing,
dude.
Yeah. He might have the same Gilbert Burns in front of him and beat him the exact same way.
No, he would do
That
even
is
less.
true.
Leon would throw even less, bro. Leon would throw
would
even
throw
less.
the
He threw
he would throw
60
teeps.
strikes against Colby, bro.
Just he was literally doing the Strickland Costa game plan
Oh my
against
fucking God, dude.
Colby Covington. Just teeps every now and then, throw a punch. But I could see Bilal maybe getting to Leon Edwards. The thing is with Leon, I feel like he's a bit of I think he's a head case, Leon Edwards. You know what I mean? He's got to have his coaches to tell him, don't let him bully his son.
Yeah, I think that's a big
factor. He seems
factor.
easily rattled, and it's not just the Colby thing. Leon has, his eyes. He's got the googly eyes that go in separate directions. Leon has got.
So does Bilal, low-key.
confused-
Bilal does too,
He's
but-
got Bilal does, but Bilal's more focused. Leon Edwards is, his eyes are rattled. He's like a rattled guy. He's constantly rattled. I could see Bilal, if Bilal takes him down and talks shit to him a little bit, like Habib did to Michael Johnson or Habib did to Conor McGregor. I could see that being the
And he's
straw
training with
breaks
them, bro.
the camel's back.
He's
He is
training with Habib as well. Come on,
Is
now.
Habib gonna
Like,
walk him
Habib's
out?
in
Is the question.
If
Because
he's in the corner, it's over.
if Habib's
over,
in the
yeah.
corner, I could see Bilal just steamrolling Leon and
is
just
over
not
for
fearing the
Leon.
KO. Bilal had a different pep in his step when he fought what was his name?
Yes,
Sean
bro.
Brady. He went after.
Telling you, man.
I kind of want to
Come
see
on
Bilal
now.
win. Like, I think Leon does win. Listen, I would love to sit here because a week ago, before I like watched the tape again, I wanted to do a Leon easily beats Bilal, like it ain't even fucking close. But I could see it, man. It's actually
You
close
should have done
because
it,
the way
bro.
Leon fights. I mean, I got to go with the safe pick in Leon Edwards. I think he's a little bit too crisp with his knees, with his clinch striking, and I think that the thing that made me pick Leon is I just think his distance management is on another level. I think when people get in there with him, they figure out that it's so much harder to get to him than they thought, and he's a lot faster than they thought. And I think that's really what's going to be difficult for Bilal, but I kind of want Bilal to finish Leon. I think that would be...
I'm praying for it, bro.
That would be insane. It would probably be just as big, if not bigger, than Dricus du Plessis beating Robert Whittaker. It'd probably be bigger.
This is going to be a Strickland... It's like a Strickland Izzy level win, bro, if he pulls this shit off. I'm going to be real right now. If Bilal Muhammad... I'm doing a fight companion for this pay-per-view. If Bilal Muhammad wins, I'm doing a face reveal. I am turning on the camera immediately if Bilal Muhammad wins, bro. This is the biggest... Dude, this is the biggest moment in the channel's history if Bilal Muhammad wins, dude.
I don't know if... Are you serious? You're actually doing the face reveal?
Yeah, 100% serious. If Bilal Muhammad wins, I'll do a face reveal. 110%. I'll turn on the camera right there.
Damn. Okay,
Bro.
Bedtime... His face is on the line with this fight.
Come on now, bro.
His face is on the line. Will once you do the face reveal, is it going to be... Are you going to be doing content with your face for the rest of the channel's history, or is it
maybe
just once?
maybe on live streams? Maybe on live streams.
On live streams, okay.
Probably not in the videos.
All right, well... All right, so the official pick for both of these fights for you is Aspinall, and you're going with Leon by robbery decision. You think it's going to be a robbery?
Yeah.
You think
Leon?
Bilal's
I'm not going to say by
technically gonna win?
robbery. Hey, maybe. You know, I don't know. I could see that happening, but I think regardless of the outcome, I think people are going to have more respect for Bilal. That's my hope, at least, but I think they will. I think the way that he fights, that he'll have a couple of badass moments, or he'll do something cool, and people will be like, okay, I actually like Bilal. He's actually a good fighter. But yeah, probably Leon by like 48-47 decision. That's what I'm thinking. Probably loses the 5th round, but like clutches up early. And then I think Aspinall, I don't think he's going to KO Curtis Blades. I think he's going to get a submission.
Based MMA says Bedtime is a fence sitter.
What? How am I a fence sitter, bro? I'm literally picking Leon, but I'm rooting for Bilal. Bro, who the fuck is that guy?
Bedtime. I will say, I think out of all the MMA YouTubers, you have the most robbery decision and draw decision type of predictions out there.
But that's usually true, though, right? I'm keeping it fucking.
It's happened on a couple of occasions, but you know, you picked. Didn't you pick Ilia Topuria by decision over Volk?
I did, bro. I was trying to be respectful to Volk,
dude.
bro.
That's the thing. You're trying to be respectful. Dude, I love when people say they're trying to be respectful. Like, it's disrespectful to pick Ilia to knock Volk out. I mean,
it is. You can't drop a video and saying you can't. Lucas,
it's even more disrespectful the other way around.
No, I don't give a fuck about Topuria. I don't give a fuck about Topuria.
It's more disrespectful to say someone beats your favorite fighter by decision.
Dude, you know what's
because that means they're going to outpoint them and outskill them. It's better to say
I just
just going to land one bomb.
Dude, you're the one dropping videos being like, Gilbert Burns has to slip on a banana peel to lose this fight. That's disrespectful as fuck to Bilal Muhammad.
I mean, I think that was the year of the fluke, though. You know what?
That was the curse.
We've not had a lot of flukes this year. I feel like that was. I can't even say that my predictions were bad. I think everyone was getting them wrong, but fair enough. But
yeah. Don't say everybody, bro. Come on, man.
But,
I had to tell you about a couple of those ones there.
But I don't think I've seen anyone do. Wait, you've done draws. You've done.
No, I've never picked a draw. I've never picked a draw, bro.
There've been multiple robbery decisions in there.
I have never picked a draw. I just said perfect example. Dricus and Sean Strickland, bro. I picked Strickland by decision. He loses by robbery decision. So I have a good eye for things like this. Because you guys were picking, Dricus by KO, Dricus by KO. I was like, no fucking chance, bro. It's going to go to a decision.
We need you to go all in on the Izzy and DDP one. We need you to go all in on one of these.
Oh, I'm picking Izzy by KO. Izzy will KO him and do a Wakanda Forever over his body. He's doing
Wakanda Forever TikTok. All right,
bro, Izzy's going to Izzy's going to drop a hard speech on him, bro. I swear, dude.
I'm dreading that moment if it happens, because you just know Adesanya's going to do the worst TikTok dance.
He's going to be insufferable. Yeah.
The most.
But you know what I am all in on?
Speech. Yeah.
I am all in. Paddy Pimblett's going to beat Bobby Green. I think people are really overrating Bobby Green, dude. And they hate Paddy Pimblett, so they'll never pick him. But I've got Paddy Pimblett by decision. I saw Guru picked him as well, but I've been saying this for months.
I know you've been hyping up Paddy. I think you've been overrating him a bit, though. I think you've been overrating him just a tiny bit.
No way, man. Dude, Bobby Green's not that good, bro.
I think Green is good. The only thing that holds him back is his chin. All right,
he's been chinned like 4 times in the past 2 years, bro.
Yeah, I know, but that's because he's facing Jalen Turner. He's facing Drew Dober. He's pillow hands. He's got pillow hands. All right,
exactly. But people are saying this guy KOs Paddy Pimblett. He's got literal pillow hands. He's a decisionator. and he's chinny as fuck. So his defense is like even worse now. He's 37, isn't he? 37, 38?
Yeah, I think he's 38. I think people...
Oh, dude, yeah, I'm not
38.
picking this guy, man. I'm not picking this guy. He got dropped by Tony Ferguson. He was getting
he's
schooled by
37
Jared Gordon. He
years
got
old,
rocked by
he's about to
Jared
turn
Gordon.
38.
He got rocked by
He was
Jared
getting
Gordon.
pieced up, but I think Green... I don't know. That was a weird Bobby Green. That was a one-off. Green doesn't normally look that trash. Green normally
But
looks...
people talk about Paddy Pimblett versus Jared Gordon, and that was an injury. That was also a one-off. He was injured. He kicked him.
Yeah.
He kicked him in the foot, broke his foot immediately. So people will use that fight. But then, oh, dude, Bobby Green by KO against Paddy Pimblett. What? No.
Right? But the thing is, though, Bobby Green doesn't struggle with bums. That. Oh wait! You can't wait. Don't even. He knocked out Jared Gordon, son. He knocked out Jared Gordon, fair and square. Fair. No, he didn't knock him out. He didn't knock him out. Hold on.
Dude.
Aside from the Jared Gordon weird performance, let me just say this: there's 20 Green performances. There's only one
Yep.
Jared Gordon performance. Right? There's 7 Paddy Pimblett fights. There's 7 Paddy Pimblett shitty performances. That's all I'm gonna say.
No, it's not.
There have been
What?
That's what I'm saying. There have been too many moments against Ferguson. Guess who beat up Ferguson better on the ground? Guess who beat up Ferguson
Dude,
better
Paddy
on the ground?
Pimblett dropped
Bobby
him and
Green.
nearly finished him. Bobby
Striker
Green's the
Bobby
striker. He didn't
Green.
even. Bro, he got
High
dropped by
school
Tony.
wrestler
Bro.
Bobby Green that hasn't wrestled
Okay.
since the 80s.
All right, Lucas. I want you to
Beat
pick the guy that got
beat
dropped
up
by Tony Ferguson.
better.
I
He got
want you to
dropped.
pick the
That's
guy
the
that got
thing.
dropped by Tony
Getting dropped. Bobby Green gets dropped every fucking day, dude. This guy's getting dropped and sparring every day. He's all
That's what I'm
good though.
saying.
He
gonna
wins the
lose.
fights when it matters.
All right, so he gets dropped
Listen.
every fight. He's been chinned multiple times, but he's gonna beat Paddy Pimblett, who has a crazy chin, who throws flying knees when Bobby Green ducks his head so much and leans out to the side. and
Crazy
throws head
chin.
kicks.
Who's he proven his chin against?
Bro, who's
Jared
rocked
Gordon,
him?
the big,
Who's
powerful
rocked him?
Jared Gordon.
Nobody's rocked him.
He got a little
I've seen
rocked
Bobby
by
Green get put on
Benjamini.
Crip Street by Jared Gordon, bro. Come on now. Jared Gordon.
He's got rocked by Benjamini. Okay, but listen. This is why. Okay, let me tell you why I think Paddy Pimblett is overrated. I think that MMA Guru, I think that a lot of people these days, since there's this whole Paddy Pimblett shit narrative, and I don't think Paddy Pimblett's shit, but since it's such a popular, semi-casual narrative that, Paddy Pimblett's just dog crap, I think it's similar to the whole Bilal beats Leon thing, in that I think people want to go away from the masses. I think they want to have a bit of a different take. And I think they want to say things like, you know what? He's actually pretty underrated, though. I think he's actually top 15 material, man. I don't think he's top 15. I don't think he's that good. I think he's right below Jared Gordon level. I think that Paddy Pimblett, you can't be struggling that much with Jared Gordon. I know he injured his foot. There was no takedowns. Where were the takedowns? Grant Dawson got his back. I'm talking about Jared Gordon. Grant Dawson submitted Jared Gordon. Grant Dawson had Damir Ismagulov in a horrific position. He was big brothering Damir Ismagulov. All right? Grant Dawson is someone that, in my opinion, has proven that he's a better, more dominant wrestler and grappler than Paddy Pimblett. Pimblett's going he's having a close clinch fest, scrape him first round against, what's his name, Jordan Levitt, and he's out there in the UK in 2022 against that, I forget his name, the Hispanic guy that he was fighting, the Mexican guy. And he's taking him until the second round, or maybe it was the first.
Yeah, but he's finishing these guys. He's finishing these guys.
He's finishing them, but he's struggling to get the takedowns, and these are the biggest bums that the UFC has to offer. You can't lose a fight to Jared Gordon that clearly and compare him to Bobby Green. I know Green was getting beat by Gordon.
Green was
it.
losing. What are you?
Wait.
Paddy
Let me
Pimblett
ask
did
you.
not look like that against fucking Jared Gordon, bro. He decided to strike with him, and he still won the fight based on damage. According to the judges, listen, I'm not saying he won that fight definitively. I'm just saying it wasn't I don't know, dude. That's such a shit performance that it almost it's such an outlier in terms of the other fights. You watch the other fights, he is grappling most of the time. He's landing better shots, even against these bums. He is grappling. Against Jared Gordon, I don't know why, because of the injury, I guess, he decided to just box. He looked like shit, but against Tony Ferguson, you could see that, damn, this guy does have power. Even though Tony Ferguson sucks, I'm not saying, oh my god, this guy's a great fighter, he beat fucking Tony Ferguson. I mean, that's one of the better wins of Bobby Green's fucking recent memories, is that Tony Ferguson fight. So I don't know why people are kind of
I think
he
the
lost
thing
to Drew
is, though,
Dober, he lost to all these other guys.
Yeah. I mean, listen, Paddy Pimblett, the way he beat Tony, first off, he had a close first round up until the knockdown. Like, the knockdown was crazy. He had like a 3-piece big combination landed, then he threw a flying knee at him and he dropped him. That was amazing. But that was like one really dominant moment. If you watch the first round with Pimblett and Tony, they're kind of going tit for tat a little bit. Bobby Green versus Tony. This is how Bobby Green versus Tony goes. Bobby Green styling on Tony from the get-go. All right? Styling on him from the get-go, and he gets dropped. And then, like, Bobby Green always gets dropped and recovers.
Then he
and then
eye-pokes
it's
him.
total annihilation. It's like 10 levels above.
After the
total
eye-poke.
annihilation. After the eye poke, there was an eye poke, but I'm telling you, man, Tony Ferguson was cooked.
Classic Bobby Green there. Classic Bobby Green.
Well, that's something Pimblett's got to worry about.
Headbutting. Yeah, I know,
Bobby
bro.
Green.
He's gonna have to deal with Queen Green fucking headbutting him, dude. But listen,
Queen
man,
Green
I just think that the thing with Bobby Green is people are so confidently picking Bobby Green as if he's like this elite ranked contender. Oh my god, this guy's ranked, bro. He's fought all the best of the best. Dude, come on, man. Bobby Green makes it so close in every fight that goes to a decision, unless you're like a complete old man like Jim Miller, or you're Tony Ferguson. Other than that, it's like a competitive fight. Like, if you go to a decision with him, I think Paddy Pimblett's going to have better output than Tony Ferguson, obviously. Like, he's not a 40-year-old corpse. I think he's got maybe equal or slightly more raw power than Bobby Green. And Bobby Green is chinny as fuck now. Against Jim Miller, every single time Jim Miller touched it, even when Jim Miller was on death's doorstep, like, he was getting pieced up in that fight, he got destroyed. That was a great performance by Bobby Green. Jim Miller touched him on the chin every single time Bobby Green was wobbling. Every single time Bobby Green was wobbling. I know Jim Miller has knockouts, but let's not act like he's Francis Ngannou at lightweight. It's not like we're talking about Drew Dober knocking him out. I'm not going to hold that against him. Jalen Turner. That's a life-changing stoppage.
Jim Miller will leap into one, man. You can't disrespect Jim Miller's pop.
No, but everything he touched him with, it's not even like a big shot from Jim Miller. It's like glancing shots were hurting Bobby Green.
All right, let me ask the chat a question. Who do you guys think wins, Paddy Pimblett or Jim Miller? If they were to have fought at UFC 300, who would have won, Miller or Pimblett? This is the deciding factor. This is what I'm talking about. This is kind of, hold on. This is kind of like my thought process. I know that it's MMA math. Oh shit! People go, hey!
Are they picking Jim Miller?
Bro,
oh hell
yes! You guys have been swayed by MMA Guru's interview.
No, literally, Paddy Pimblett does win that. That's facts. That's facts.
No, he doesn't, bro. Jim Miller fucking.
What does Jim Miller do to him? Jim Miller's gonna have to grapple with him. He's not gonna
him up with his frog.
No, Jim Miller's a featherweight, bro.
Jim Miller boxes him up with his frog physique, son.
Jim Miller's goes after man, journeyman.
Listen, what does Paddy Pimblett do to Miller is the question. What does he KO him?
Jim Miller's got a granite chin. Head off the canvas, lads. Bounce his head
off the canvas, bro. Jim Miller doesn't get KO'd. Miller's got a great chin.
Nah, Paddy Pimblett would just size mog him, dude. I think Paddy Pimblett would just clinch him up and control him.
Dude, it's actually...
And he'd have a good enough chin to survive.
I'm actually shocked that so many people are going with Pimblett. Like, I swear, bro, a month ago, people would have been saying Miller.
No, dude.
I think that there's a lot of... Pimblett's not as bad as people think, sort of shit.
But he isn't, though. He isn't, though. He's actually like...
Wait. No. I agree with that, but I think that there's... I think they've gone too far. I think they've gone too far with the whole, like, listen, man, we all said he was shit, but he's actually truly elite. He's actually truly elite, bro. No,
just accept that
I'm accepting that he's underrated by casuals, but I'm accepting that he's overrated by hardcores. He's underrated by casuals, but overrated by hardcores. The hardcores are straight up out here saying, listen, he's not shit. He's actually truly the dark horse of the division. Like, he's truly top 5.
Listen, I'm not slazed as if he's this elite fighter. He's.
Listen, I know.
He got murdered by Jalen Turner.
I know Green's got some issues.
He was dead on the canvas.
That is true, but that's against Jalen Turner. Round 1, Jalen Turner is the lightweight champ.
Jalen Turner lost.
Who's beat Jalen Turner in a round? Has anyone ever stolen a round off of Jalen Turner? Is the question.
Dan Hooker had that guy quitting with one punch. Dan Hooker, who's in slow motion.
Well, he's the Tin Man. He's the Tin Man. I agree. I think that Jalen Turner he's got the Tin Man. Honestly, Moicano. Fuck, dude. I can't believe Moicano.
Matt Frivola beat Jalen Turner, bro. Come on now. Dude, I'm telling you, like, bro, Bobby Green. He's good, but like, let's not act like, oh my god, Bobby Green by whatever he destroys Paddy Pimblett. I think, and I hate to bring this out again. I'm pretty confident Paddy Pimblett's gonna win this, but listen, dude, if it's a close fight, and it goes to the judges in the UK.
going
Who
to
do you
Pimblett,
think
yeah.
they're
It's going
fucking
to
giving
Pimblett.
it to? Come on, bro.
They're giving it to Pimblett. Listen.
And he's getting
I
the win.
understand that it's an interesting fight, but again, the way I see Patty winning is by knocking Green down and jumping on him or knocking him out. And
I think he can drop him. I think he will drop him.
He could definitely drop him. I even think he probably will.
Flying knee.
But I
Flying knee.
don't think his grappling is good enough to take down Bobby Green. That's the issue with Pimblett's grappling. He's got to work you into the clinch. He's got to smudge you up against the fence for a minute. He's got to get a couple of takedowns denied. Bobby Green is fast on his feet, and he's got good strength. He's gonna be able to shuck him off and get out of the way. And I just don't think there's gonna be like, listen. I think Pimblett is an overrated grappler. I think his jiu-jitsu is okay. I think his jiu-jitsu is pretty good. He can take the back. He's got good submissions.
His wrestling's a bit sus, though, yeah.
His wrestling ain't shit, and that's the issue.
He's got good judo, though. He does have good judo.
He does have
I
good
like his
judo,
judo.
yeah. He has got great hip tosses. His judo is good. But, like, when have we seen Paddy Pimblett shoot a blast double leg? Like, when have we seen Paddy Pimblett
I don't think he
shoot,
will,
like,
though. I think
a
he'll get on the
crisp
fence
takedown?
against... I think he'll get on the
that's
fence
where he
against Bobby
struggles.
Green. I could see him... Yeah, I think he's... I don't know. I think if he gets... I think he's big and strong. He's a big fucking dude as well. I think if he gets a hold of Bobby Green against the fence, he can work his way around to the back. I could see him kind of climbing on his back and working like that, or trying to take him down from the back body lock, because that's a lot easier to do than a double leg, even on a good wrestler. If you get back body lock, like, you're in a good position to get a takedown there, you know, man. So I don't know. I just think Bobby Green, like, dude, Paddy Pimblett just has plot armor as well, though. I just cannot see him losing to Bobby Green. Like, it's just such a career mode win for Paddy Pimblett, bro.
Right.
I think when Paddy loses, it's gonna be a legit KO guy who just finally catches him and just puts him out. I think that's what it's gonna be when Paddy Pimblett loses. Like,
Right.
I don't know. I think
Someone
this bad matchup.
would pop.
Yeah,
Green-
someone
Green
outside,
has
like, there's
pillow
people
hands.
outside the rankings.
For sure.
Yeah, there's people outside the rankings I would pick to beat Paddy Pimblett. I'm not saying, oh, he's 100% like
Pimblett versus
the-
Benoit, who wins?
Paddy Pimblett. Come on, dude. No, just
man.
round 3
No,
submission,
son.
dude. Round 3 submission.
You
He
know
melts that.
Benoit's winning that. You know Benoit's
Benoit
winning
probably
that.
head kicks the
Okay,
fuck
but
out of
let's
him.
talk about
Weird.
Pimblett's gas tank. Let's talk about his gas tank. This is the thing, though. If Pimblett does, let's listen, because I think it's possible that Pimblett flatlines Bobby Green, face plants him. I think we could see a 3 million, 4 million view video on the UFC's YouTube channel.
Yeah, I can see that.
By Sunday. I could see Paddy Pimblett getting the KO. That'd be pretty awesome. But if he doesn't, his cardio, we got to talk about Pimblett's cardio. It looked a little bit sus against Ferguson, too. It looked a little bit off against, what's his name? Jared
I'll give you that.
Against Ferguson, he was holding on for dear life in that third round. He was
But the thing is
breathing
with
heavy.
that, but that's because he almost finished him in round 1. Like, that's a big adrenaline dump. I think if he has a moment like that against Bobby Green, first of all, I think Bobby Green's going out if he gets hit with those shots. I think Tony Ferguson's chin is fucking insane, even now. And like he said, he made a really good point in his interview with Guru, actually. He did say, like, any other fighter, a referee probably stops that fight. But because it's Tony Ferguson, they know how tough he is. They let him go. Which I actually
gotta
think
watch
is
the
true.
finish back. But it might be true.
I
But
think
the
it's
thing
true.
is, if it's Green that gets dropped like that, he probably is getting.
He's going
finished,
out.
'cause
He's going
Green's
out, bro.
chin
Yeah.
is bad.
He's
but the
fucking
thing is,
done for,
I don't
bro.
know if he's getting hit by that though. He's not getting hit by a flying knee.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think the only reason we saw him so tired in round 3 was because he legit was trying to finish one of the hardest to finish fighters in UFC history. Even though Tony Ferguson's washed, he is still, like, Charles Oliveira didn't finish him when he was like a bald zombie in the Apex. Like, he should have finished him in hindsight. But still, I think if he's not going to have that big of a dump against Bobby Green, like, he's either going to finish him or he's just going to win a decision based on damage and control time and a bit of, you know, UK luck. That's what I think.
You know, a bit of UK luck would go a long way, but that crash
yeah.
diet. I don't know if it's only. I don't know if it's only him having an adrenaline dump. I think a little bit of it has to do with that crash diet. I think that Paddy Pimblett's diet is so harsh. I think that he's an all gas no brakes guy. I think that once you get into the third round, that's when that crash diet starts to fail him. I'm a little bit worried for Pimblett's gas tank in that sense too, because I think that he's getting down in weight, but he's doing it so quickly. I think Pimblett goes into his training camps like super fat, and I don't know. He's in good shape. I mean, there's no denying that, but I don't know. I think there's a difference between getting in great shape, like perfect shape, and then kind of like, I don't know, forcing your body to get lean as quick as possible. Like, there's a difference between getting in really solid shape and losing a fuckload of weight as fast as possible. And I think Patty might be trying to lose a shitload of weight as fast as possible. Listen, I'm sure he's done this a million times, but his diet in the offseason, he needs to clean that up. I know he's not getting as heavy as he used to. He talked about that in some interviews as well. He used to blow up a lot higher than he is now, but when you're crash dieting, that's not great for performance at all. So that's another thing that Patty Pimblett might have to work on in the future. So you're going with Pimblett. You think, what do you think?
Oh,
it's
yeah.
going to be a KO? You think it's KO?
Probably decision. Probably decision.
Decision.
29-28. I think Bobby Green will probably
call
win
you a
round three.
fence sitter. This is why
I'm not a fence
you'll
sitter,
say,
though.
like,
I can
you'll be
say
like,
I think he's going to clearly
and
win.
then
No,
a decision.
You're the one that said he's going to knock him out. I said that he can, but I don't think he will. I think Bobby Green's got decent defense, but I think Paddy Pimblett's going to win clearly. I'm confidently picking Paddy Pimblett, but I'm not like
Bedtime,
you can't pick every fight by KO,
is
bro.
the decision guy. Bedtime
Dude.
is the decision guy.
How
You'll
many main
convince
cards are
people
all
that there's-
finishes though?
I mean, yeah, that's true, but they can't all be
Dude.
decisions.
But look at
I'm
every
more of
time
a-
you.
Yeah,
Every
yeah,
time
yeah.
you were like, this guy's gonna win by round 1 submission, dude. It goes
Round
to a
1
fucking
KO.
decision every time, bro. Or it's like
round one
3.
KO. You know,
Round one
I kind of
submission,
chuckle when I hear people say things like, I think Aspinall's going to KO him in the 3rd round. I think a 3rd or 4th round KO. Like,
I hate
actually
that
laugh
prediction
when I
as
hear
well.
that. That's
I
such
hate
a horrible
predictions like
prediction,
that.
bro. I can see Blades. If Blades 3rd round
Yeah.
KO, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
But anyone saying, I just think Aspinall maybe a 3rd, 4th round. Like, what the fuck do you think is going to happen
I know.
in the first couple? Aspinall
It
is,
has to
is a
be-
round 1, round 2 guy.
Yeah, it has to
Alright.
fit the fighter, dude. Like I picked Poirier
Yeah.
to KO Benoit by round 3 KO because I thought he would like have a tough like start and then, you know, kind of melt him. But yeah, I'm not gonna pick fucking. Dude, Paddy Pimblett, round 3 fucking submission, dude. I think he's gonna win he's probably gonna win a fucking decision because Bobby Green's like not a complete bum. Like I think he's gonna win a decision. You know, Leon Edwards, Bilal Muhammad, that's probably going the distance, dude. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what you want me to.
Yeah.
I feel like you're trying to
Leon Edwards,
sabotage me, Lucas. I think
knee
you're
to
trying
the
to.
solar plexus. I think it's going to be a knee to
Yeah.
the solar plexus, round 1. Knee
Round
to the solar
3
plexus.
TKO by Leon Edwards. mate.
Yeah. Dude, I'm tired of people picking Leon by like, they'll be like, I just think Leon's going to do a little bit more than him. They'll talk about it for 5 minutes. I just think Leon's a little bit crisper, a little bit this, more of that. And then they'll be like, round 1 KO for Leon Edwards.
Leon by
Like,
head kick
what?
KO, bro. Yeah, shut the fuck up.
I know Leon can hurt people. I know he can KO people, but I don't know. Like,
just
Aspinall
love that
round
his-
3 KO, Leon Edwards round 1
Dude, the
face plant
promo-
KO, shit like
The
that.
only highlights they have of Leon Edwards is the head kick. They just have 4 angles of the head kick in
That's
his
true,
highlight.
that's
And
true.
every other fight is just like him getting his head raised. I love it.
Yeah. Leon Edwards' fights, dude, I'm telling you, they're hard to watch, bro. They're hard. The
Headshot
Nate
dead,
Diaz
bro.
fight is shit. The Nate Diaz
It's
fight
terrible.
is atrocious, man.
Come on, man.
Speaking of Nate Diaz, we got to talk about Jake Paul. I want to hear your take on this, just because I remember Nate fought Jake. So Jake Paul beat Mike Perry. I actually thought Perry could beat him, but it's not surprising that Jake Paul whooped Perry's ass. He's bigger than him. Perry, people forget, man, but Perry was like, he was cut from the UFC. He was losing to guys like Tim Means. He was getting outboxed
He
in
got schooled by
moments
D-Rod, bro.
against Mickey Gall, bro. Yeah, he's not a great striker. I think people overrate him just because of the aura, but
He's just tough.
I think that Jake Paul could maybe beat Alex Pereira. Honestly, I think he could
Okay,
potentially beat
I
him.
gotta
don't
go,
think
man. That's
crazy.
just. What the fuck are you talking
I
about?
don't think. Hold on. I think Pereira beats him. I'm just saying. Do you think it's as simple as like, yeah, man, Pereira fucking 99% chance? Like, I don't know if that's the case. I think people got to stop saying that.
How does
about
Jake Paul
fights.
beat him? He's not bigger than him. He's not better than him. He's not like he has.
When you sit down, will you put toilet paper or do you just raw dog it?
Sit down.
No, Patty. That's why your balls
Gonna
smell.
make
You gotta
a difference.
put
Me balls don't touch the toilet seat.
but your
They're not that big.
your
Jesus.
your ass cheeks touch the toilet seat.
Yeah, my ass cheeks do.
No, but like other
You're
people.
sitting on a plane. Your ass is already. Your ass is already sweaty as sitting on that seat.
You put your whole raw ass on a
Yeah.
toilet seat in the plane.
Yeah,
Patty, that's criminal.
that's just
That's
life.
not. No, stop.
That's just
You don't.
life.
You don't. Hi, I'm Nina, and I'm here with.
Paddy the body.
Are you still beefing with Mark Zuckerberg?
Mark Zuckerberg, lad, I'm gonna punch your head in. I'm sick of you, lad. Know what I mean? Sick of you.
He hasn't deleted my account for a few years, like, so it's definitely not as bad. But I'm still pissed off at him for deleting my account years ago.
Do you hold a grudge, huh?
Oh, I hold a grudge, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm terrible for holding a grudge.
So, you think we should change your name to like Patty, the new guard,
No,
Batty?
no,
Okay.
no, definitely not.
Just Patty the Batty.
Yeah, anyone that changes the nicknames, just sort your head out. You know what I mean? You can't give yourself your own nickname. Someone else has to give you the...
Yeah.
No, I'd never change my name because I'm not a fucking dickhead. You know what I mean? Imagine being nearly 40 years of age and changing your name to King. Your name's Robert. You fucking idiot. And you can't change it halfway through your career. You look like an absolute idiot.
Like a sausage.
Yeah, like a chorizo.
Okay, so what do you think of Miami? Is it like a crazy place compared to Liverpool?
No, it's pretty cool so far. I'm enjoying my time here. I got here on Thursday night and we've just had a little float round, seeing what's been about and looking forward to trying some of the food.
They have really good like Mexican food here.
Yeah, well, we've walked past a few places.
Yep.
I've seen some great tacos and stuff like that, and I was just salivating looking at people's food.
Dude, you're gonna go in on Friday?
Yeah, not Friday, like can't go in on Friday, but Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday daytime before I go home, definitely.
Love it. You love to Dutch oven yourself?
I think everyone likes the Dutch oven themselves, don't they? That's normal.
Do you think that's something you'd ever consider in the octagon?
If you need to fart, you need to fart.
Yeah,
it's
right.
one of them, yeah.
Yeah, you can't hold it in.
Yeah, you can't hold it in. It's one of them.
You went to your first power slap event. How was that?
Oh, it was madness, that power slap event.
It's good,
crazy.
Right?
Yeah. The one thing what just sticks in my mind, Slap Shady. He absolutely come out to Eminem and then absolutely flatlined some kid with a slap. It was heavy. One of the worst knockouts I've ever seen, and it was a slap. It wasn't a punch, a kick, a knee or an elbow. It really was one of the worst knockouts I've ever seen in my life. Kid had to get out off the stage and everything. It was scary.
That's kind of brutal, no?
Yeah, brutal though. I would never do it, to be honest, but it's good to go and watch as a fan.
Well, it's kind of interesting to think like you spend your whole life training mixed martial arts to knock someone out, but you could just slap them.
Yeah, no, we train to not get hit, and then they stand there to get slapped in the face. Yeah, I'm good for that.
You've mentioned before in the past that you're a polarizing person, like a polarizing personality. We have that in common. And I don't know why. I think we're just being ourselves, and somehow that like triggers people.
No, yeah, that is exactly it. I always say I'm unapologetically myself. I'm never gonna try and be something that I'm not. So if you just don't like me, eat shit.
Have you ever crashed out?
Like, what do you mean, crashed out?
You know what crash out is? Okay, crash out is like when you just absolutely lose your for no reason. Like you just have like a
I've done that several
on the
times.
internet. Like you did. Have you ever
I've done it on the internet 100 times. But I've done it in person. Definitely in fight camp. Yeah, I've bit people's heads off in a major way.
Yeah, then you look back and you're like, maybe I should have.
Yeah, I was a bit over the top there. I shouldn't have done that, but it's done. There's nothing you can do about it.
So what's something you crash out over?
I don't know, little things. I think I've done other little things in the past, and then after it, I'm like, why have I just flipped like that?
Mm-hmm.
See, we wouldn't say crashed out. We'd say I've just flipped.
Flip?
Yeah.
You flip?
Flip me lid.
You think you flip your lid over small things, and the big things don't really matter as much?
Sometimes, yeah, but you know, I can just turn like that. To be honest, ask these. I can just just flip like a light switch. To be honest, some days.
Yeah, that's funny. I feel like in America we crash out a lot. I'm just asking people from all over the world.
Yeah.
I feel like Americans crash out every day.
Doesn't surprise me on them roads, mate. Jesus, all it is.
Dude, here is bad.
Yeah.
Here's
all
bad.
People do is honk the horn, as you should say.
That's all they do is honk their horn here. But I think here honking your horn isn't as offensive as it is in, like, let's say LA or like in Vegas. When you honk your horn in other places, it pisses people off. They get out of their car. Sometimes they have like a weapon on them or whatever. I've seen people get out of their car with like a bat to go to the person behind them who's honking at them. Like, it's crazy. That's why I've never honked my horn. I just refuse to honk my horn.
It feels
people are
like
crazy.
It's normal,
But people just lean on it here. And I've just never That's something I get used to. In the hotel, it's all you hear all day. It's just people honking their horn.
Also, something being driving around, people just beeping the horn constantly.
What's the most unhinged thing you've ever heard about yourself?
There's that many unhinged things that I don't know. I've heard people say all sorts about me and make lies up and all sorts. Stuff gets sent around about me on WhatsApp, know what I mean? Because people are jealous.
Oh, yeah.
People from my own city as well.
Mm-hmm.
But,
the Reddit.
yeah.
I don't go on Reddit.
All of that. The worst one's the one Ilya made up, though, saying I was talking about a war, and I wasn't. Know what I mean?
That you were what?
Talking about a war, and I didn't even know Georgia and Russia had been to war. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the worst lie I've ever heard in my life.
Mm-hmm.
In our country, saying terrorise means like you've just been bullied.
Mm-hmm.
Know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason he tries to say I was talking about a genocide, which is the biggest lie ever.
Yeah. I think especially when there's like a language barrier, especially it's interesting because especially like as an American talking to someone who's from UK, like you said, like, oh, we don't call it crash out, we call it flip. So people will take your words even though they're understanding English at their own capacity in the way that like we would understand it here. In where you guys are from, it means something completely different.
Yeah, I was thinking when you said crash out, I was thinking you meant like drank too much and then lied down on a bed and
like crash out,
yeah,
like pass out.
Yeah.
See,
that's what I thought you meant.
It lost in translation.
Yeah,
and then that's how wars do start.
Yeah, it is.
What is something in your fight camp that you hate to do but you do it anyway?
Dieting.
Yeah.
Definitely the easiest thing. I hate dieting. It's the worst thing ever, but it has to be done. Know what I mean? You've got to make weight. We get paid to make weight. We all like fighting.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the worst thing. Yeah, I wish it was a heavyweight.
You think you could would you ever consider it?
I wish it was a light heavyweight so I could go up to heavyweight, but no.
Yeah.
The only thing I could move up to is welterweight.
I think you're good where you're at.
Yeah, I'm
you're doing a really good job.
Yeah, I'm sound where I'm at. In a few years, I probably will have to move up to welterweight, but for now, I'm good at 55.
Yeah, you're good where you're at. Yeah, dieting. I've been trying to lose 10 pounds for the last 5 years. I don't know how you guys do it.
No, dieting is the worst thing in the world. I mean, especially when you're walking around Miami and you can just smell all different flavors, see all different foods. Oh, it's a killer.
It's brutal, man. If you could be a girl for a day, what would you do?
If I could be a what?
A girl. If you could be a girl for a day, what would you do?
That's a mad question, that one. Go and get pampered. Go and get my nails done and my hair done and all like that.
Like a spa day?
Yeah, see why you all do that, because you're all nuts for getting your makeup done and all that.
So you want to do it?
Just to see what the whole fad is about it, know what I mean? See
Dude, you might like it too much.
I just know you just waste so much time doing it. It's ridiculous, know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's like upkeep. You gotta upkeep. Sometimes you can just get lost, man.
No.
You gotta upkeep. You gotta keep it together.
No.
Sometimes you just go off the deep end. You don't even know who you are
you just
anymore.
need to stay el natural when you're flying.
You don't know. Yeah, but sometimes natural. Like natural for sure. But sometimes you gotta tweeze some brows and wax them. You gotta wax, you know. You gotta do a couple things. For this fight, people are saying that this is the biggest fight of your career, but I feel like every fight, a fighter fights is the biggest fight of their career.
Yeah, fact.
So, how do you feel?
Yeah, this is the biggest fight of my career. As I say, I think every fight that you have is the biggest fight of your career. Mm-hmm. Everything's riding on it. You've trained for months and months to beat this opponent what's in front of you, and this obviously is the biggest fight of my career. I'm fighting rank 7, highest ranked fighter I've ever fought, and he's got a lot of followers. Everyone knows who he is. He's a big name in the lightweight division, former champion in other organisations, and yeah, it is the biggest fight of my career.
See at the top.
We'll see him at the bottom.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted, before we move on to the stupid questions, I just wanted to say, I watch a lot of your vlogs and stuff, and I think it's really awesome that you do I saw the one where you went to the Adler Center, and it's the UK, the bereavement center. Right?
Yeah.
I think it's really awesome that you show that places like that exist, because a lot of people don't even know where to start to look or where to go. And you do that in a lot of your videos. You the Adler Center, the Clare Hospice, Clare House Children's Hospice Center. You know, you have the Batty Foundation for, you know, when you guys donated to James Place. I think that's really beautiful, and it's awesome that you spread awareness for mental health and men's mental health, and then you actually go out and you actively help in your community as well. I think that's really cool.
Thank you, but that bereavement centre I didn't even know was there until someone told me about it, and it's about 15 minutes away from a walk from where I grew up. So I thought, yeah, we need to get this on there, let everyone know. And as the staff in there were saying, like even people from Canada and America ring up and stuff like that. So it's not just for Liverpool and people in the UK, it's for people all around the world. Obviously James's Place is very close to my heart. One of my friends killed themselves, and I actually used James's Place myself when I was in a dark place. So being able to donate them funds from the Batty Foundation so that they can employ more staff and have more counsellors there working is just something that I think anyone in my position should do. Everyone should give back and should help. And then obviously Claire's house, I enjoy going in and seeing the young lads in there. Yeah. They're funny. Love winding them up about the football and stuff like that.
The Legos and stuff.
Yeah,
it's really
nice.
Sweet.
It's nice to go in there and chat to the young lads in there, because they're all proper cool little dudes.
I know, I wish there was more like marketing for places like that, because you said you live 15 minutes away and you didn't even know it was there.
And they're all charities, you know what I mean? They're all funded by people donating and stuff like that. So getting it out there a bit more will always help with some funding.
Yeah, 100%. It's cool. Hold on. Can't read my writing here. Oh, okay, the first time I met you, you did an American accent. You remember?
It's the police! Get the down!
Oh, that's so good.
Sit your ass on the ground now, boy!
It went along the lines of like, get on the ground.
Yeah, get on the ground,
Okay, do you think that's still, like, would you choose that as your American accent like 2 years later?
Yeah, probably. I couldn't even think of nothing else to say. Just reminds me of films, like movies as the Americans would call it.
Like Denzel Washington.
Yeah, just reminds me of that. Yeah, I probably couldn't even think of nothing else to say.
Get on the ground, mother.
Yeah, that is what it was. That week as well, we'd been to the Mob Museum, and they done it. There's like an interactive bit in there, and you need to like walk around. Like there's a screen in front of you. I'll never forget it. They put us in groups of 3, and Blaze was in the other group, and I just heard them scream. And it just
It was a mob museum?
Yeah, the Mob Museum of Vegas.
Like the Sopranos and stuff?
No,
or like the real mob?
The real mob, yeah.
Like the real one?
Yeah.
And what they teach you about their lives and stuff?
Yeah, there's all sorts in there.
It's funny how like Americans glorify violence. Like they'll put a museum for mobsters who've killed like hundreds of people, allegedly hundreds of people.
It is.
And it turned it into like, hey, come pay to see these people who've like mass murdered.
Yeah. Everything's about money though, isn't it? Know what I mean? Everything's about money, so it's one of them.
Yeah. I love it here. You so people are saying you're beefing with Armin.
I'm not beefing with him, just being honest. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
Armin Sarukian. He's just a little posh boy who's had everything handed to him on a silver platter by his dad.
Do you think he actually got injured or no? Or what do you think happened?
No, he's a little ass. That's what you are, Armin. Little boy.
He shit himself. It's one of them. Like, you don't pull out of a title fight 36 hours, 24 hours before you're meant to fight. It's one of them. You go into it with whatever niggle it is, but as Dana said, the doctor said he was okay. The doctor said he was fine to fight, so I don't know if he was going to miss weight and he pulled out because of that, or he his undies. You know what I mean?
So I didn't hurt his back?
No, you definitely never hurt his back. You know what I mean? You didn't hurt him.
You see my body? So my head not moving. My body is moving.
Wouldn't surprise me if you used that as an excuse though. Oh,
No.
Nina hit my back.
Is that your Armin impression?
That's Don't even know what he sounds like, to be honest. Don't really pay much attention to him. He hasn't fought in about 18 months or something, has he?
No, little. He's fought. He fought Charles Oliveira.
Yeah, when was that?
Was it
at least a year ago or something?
You may be right.
And he didn't even win that fight. I thought he lost that fight. He won a split decision, and I didn't think he won it.
Armin's gonna start beefing with me now.
Seen him say something about my haircut, made me laugh. Or he's saying something about a fake Beatles haircut or something like that. But yeah, he can come out with all the shite he wants and chat all the shit he wants, but it's never gonna change the fact that he himself fighting against him.
Why do you keep saying that? It keeps making me think he actually pooped himself.
Yeah, he followed through.
Okay, okay, I have these stupid questions. You ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Called Would You Rather. Ready?
What?
Would you rather lose every memory you've ever had or break your toe every day for the rest of your life?
Is it the little toe?
Sure.
Yeah, I'd rather break my toe every day for the rest of my life.
So, fellas, since we have the addition of at least 3 new top contenders after UFC 314, I thought I'd go through every single top contender in the UFC right now and rank every single one of them by the probability of them becoming a champion. So, from last place to first place, every top contender, the chances of them becoming a champion. And we'll start off in last place. The top contender I think that has a least chance of ever reaching gold in their UFC career is going to be Justin Gaethje. Now, this might be a bit of a shock, but I really don't see Justin Gaethje becoming a champion. I'd still class him as a top contender. There's been talks about him potentially fighting Makhachev next from Dana White. He just beat Rafael Fiziev, but I really don't think Justin Gaethje becomes a champion. Now, the reasons why he could possibly become a champion is because he could be gifted a title shot. At UFC 313 in the post-fight press conference, Dana White basically said that Gaethje could be next, so we could be gifted an immediate title shot, which would be criminal, and he could land that Hail Mary shot. There's like a 5% chance he clips Islam, but it's just not going to happen, is it? Reasons against... He's unlikely to get a title shot. I don't think he will get a title shot. I don't think he beats anybody in the top 5. I know he beat Dustin Poirier last year, or 2023, whenever it was. But I think in a trilogy, if they were to have a trilogy, I'd favour Dustin Poirier. Max Holloway's already beat him. I'd favour Makhachev over him, Oliveira, Sarukian, Ilia Topuria moving up. I'd favour every guy in the top 5 of this division over Justin Gaethje right now. I even think him and Paddy Pimblett could actually go Paddy Pimblett's way as well. So I just don't see Justin Gaethje winning gold at all. Even though it would be cool to see him win gold, I think at this moment in the lightweight division, there's too many up-and-coming guys. There's too many killers in this division, and I feel like Gaethje, even in that Rafael Fiziev fight, he got taken down by Fiziev and got put in a bad position in the first round. So as good as Gaethje is, and even though he is a top contender, I think out of every top contender in the UFC, he is least likely to become a champion out of all of them. At 26, I'm going to go with Carlos Ulberg. He's kind of weird with Carlos Ulberg because he's still quite young for the light heavyweight division. He's only like 30 years old, but he's not been massively impressing me in his past couple of fights, and it only seems like he looks really good when he's facing low-level guys. Now, the reasons for Carlos Ulberg potentially touching gold is he's fairly young for light heavyweight. He's not one of these 45-year-old light heavyweights that's hanging on for too long. I think he's in his 30s, which is fairly young for the light heavyweight division, so we could improve, and he has got a lot of time left, and he's probably a win away from a title fight. If he goes out there and beats somebody like Yuri Prohaska, he's going to be fighting for a belt, so he's pretty much there in the title picture immediately. But the reasons against, he barely got past Jan Blachowicz. Jan Blachowicz he was on a losing streak. He took some time off. I think he's 42 now. And even in that fight against Jan Blachowicz, he barely got past him, and he did it in a pretty uneventful fashion. And the fight with Volkan Oezdemir wasn't too impressive either. And I just can't really see him beating any top light heavyweights. I think Pereira finishes him, and Ankalaev beats him comfortably. I don't think he beats Yuri, Roundtree, Hill. I even think Dominic Reyes at this moment in time could probably beat Carlos Ulberg as well if he doesn't get clipped by massive shots. So Carlos Ulberg's still got time. He could still potentially fight for a belt if he does get past the Nebraska, but I just don't see Carlos Ulberg as a top contender. I know he beat Jan Blachowicz, but we're talking about a 42-year-old Jan Blachowicz in a fight that could have been a robbery. So Carlos Ulberg's going to go at 26. Could win the belt. I just don't really see it being likely. From what he's shown me so far, I don't see Carlos Ulberg becoming a champion. 25. I'm going to go with Paddy Pimblett. And I know everyone's going to be like, oh, Paddy Pimblett at number 25, you're doubting him. The fact that Paddy Pimblett's managed to creep himself into this conversation in the first place is massively impressive. Because if this video would have been done even 2 weeks ago, or just before UFC 313, Paddy Pimblett would not have been mentioned. So the fact that he's managed to become enter this list is impressive in itself. But yeah, I just don't see Paddy Pimblett becoming a champion. If anybody's going to, shock the world, I feel Paddy Pimblett's similar to Dricus du Plessis, where we always doubt him every time and then he just gets it done. So I could see Paddy Pimblett doing something like that. But the reasons for Paddy Pimblett is he's still got so much time left. He's massively improving and rapidly improving in every single one of his fights, is Paddy Pimblett. And if he continues that for the rest of his career, he could still become a champion, I know that's a crazy statement to make, but look how much he's improved, even just since the Jared Gordon fight. And he's not one of these old lightweights like a Dustin Poirier or, a Justin Gaethje who's probably got 1 to 2 fights left. He's going to be here for a long time. And he has a chance against the top 5. I think, like I said before, he's got a good chance of beating Justin Gaethje. And if he does beat Justin Gaethje, he's managed to secure himself a title shot. And he's built for the division. Amazing grappling, pretty hard hitting. His striking's improved a lot as well. So Paddy Pimblett's got a legitimate chance. And he performed better against Michael Chandler than any other contender. But the reasons against, I probably wouldn't favour him against any top 5. Him and Gaethje at this moment in time is probably a coin flip. And even though I don't want to keep doubting Paddy Pimblett, I would still at this moment in time favour a Dustin Poirier, a Charles Oliveira, an Ilia Topuria, a Surukin. I'd probably favour all those guys against Paddy Pimblett, and I really don't see him beating Islam Makhachev. The fact that he's even managed to enter the conversation with Makhachev is massively impressive. And if he was to beat Makhachev, it would be one of the biggest what the fuck moments in UFC history. But I think it goes without saying, I don't see anybody beating Islam Makhachev, never mind Paddy Pimblett. So at 155, I don't see Paddy Pimblett becoming a champion, but the fact that he's in the conversation in the first place is impressive. Number 24, I've gone with Lerone Murphy, another Brit. Lerone Murphy's undefeated, on the rise, but again, not really someone I can see becoming a champion. The reasons for him potentially becoming a champion is the fact that he's undefeated and well-rounded, and he's clearly top 10 world. He has a good game plan in each fight. I think he's got 3 ranked wins now. He beat Edson Barboza when he was ranked, Danny again, now Josh Emmett, and he's a smart fighter with Lerone Murphy. Great game plan in every fight, but the reasons against, he's got no finishing ability. He doesn't really have that killer instinct in him. He barely got past Dan Ige as well. That was a split decision whenever Dan Ige where he nearly got knocked out. He still got the win fair and square, but just about. And there's just too many killers in the featherweight division, especially after UFC 314. This division's too stacked, and now we've got Aaron Pico coming over to the UFC and the rise of Gene Silver, and there's just too many guys in this division. I don't see Lerone Murphy being the guy that stands out and becoming a champion. So again, well-rounded dude, has a chance, undefeated, couldn't put it off. Out of everybody in the top 10 of the featherweight division right now, I think Lerone Murphy, out of all the top contenders, is one of the least likely to become a champion. So at 24, I'm going to go with Lerone Murphy. At 23, I'm going to go with Cyril Gane in the heavyweight division. Now, the reasons for Cyril Gane potentially becoming a champion is he's always going to be a top 3 heavyweight. Heavyweight is so shallow when it comes to talent that Cyril Gane, despite whatever he does, he's always going to be a top 3 heavyweight, and I think he's going to maintain that position for a long time. And he literally only has to beat Tom Aspinall. I would say that Cyril Gane has a good shot of beating every heavyweight right now, apart from Tom Aspinall. But if he does beat Tom Aspinall, there he's got his goal. That is literally the only guy he has to beat to become a champion. The reasons against him becoming a champion, though, is because he's been dominated by John Jones before. Francis Ngannou beat him pretty comfortably, and he should have lost to Alexander Volkov at UFC 310. So he's already shown that he's not necessarily title worthy, and he doesn't beat Aspinall. Even though Aspinall's the only real guy he has to beat because he can beat everybody else, he doesn't beat Tom Aspinall. I don't think he beats Aspinall. I think Aspinall takes him down and submits him early. And he just seems like his heart isn't in the game. He fights on average once a year. He rejects so many tough matchups. He's shooting movies. He's not. It just feels like with Cyril Gane, his heart isn't really in the game, and his performances haven't really been that impressive. So even though he's in an extremely shallow division, and he is definitely one of the best in the heavyweight division, I think he's going to be a permanent top 3 dude. Never becomes the champion. Never leaves the top 5. Always going to be the top of the chain, but never reaches gold. Number 23, I'm going to go with Cyril Gane. Number 22, I'm going to go with Yair Rodriguez. Just got a really good winner over what's his name, Patricio Pitbull at UFC 314. Now a top contender, about a fight away from a title shot, but Yair Rodriguez could pull it off. I just don't see him becoming a champion again for the same reason that featherweight is just too stacked. But the reasons for Yair Rodriguez potentially becoming a champion is, number one, he's one win away from a title fight. He's right there in the title picture. He's one of the best strikers in the featherweight division. He's got some of the best kickboxing in the UFC as a whole. And he could beat any featherweight on his day. You know, he had moments in that fight with Alexander Volkanovski. He was able to survive Max Holloway for 5 rounds and didn't get completely destroyed. And he could beat any featherweight on his good day, as he just showed that against Patricio Pitbull, and he's shown it against other top guys. But the reasons against, Volkanovski battered him. If Volkanovski's going to be a champion and he does get another title fight with Volkanovski, he's already been battered by him before. And like I said before, Holloway's beaten him. Brian Ortega submitted him last year, which, if we're talking about current Brian Ortega, hasn't really aged amazingly. And he just lacks the rest. And I think when we've got guys like Movsar Evloev and, Aaron Pico coming over to the featherweight division, that's where Yair Rodriguez is really going to struggle, because he does lack the wrestling. His BJJ and submission ability is pretty clean, and obviously his striking ability is amazing, but the wrestling, he's just massively lacking. And if you put him against like a Movs or Evloev, for example, I think Evloev mauls him. So Yair Rodriguez, still a top featherweight, always going to be a top featherweight, but I just wouldn't bet on him becoming a champion out of all the guys we've got at the top of the chain as of right now. 21, I'm going to go on Nasruddin Imavov in the middleweight division. Now, the reasons for Imavov potentially becoming a champion is he's an underrated, amazing striker. He's one of the best strikers in this division, and I feel like no one really talks about Nasruddin Imavov. He's kind of just sat there at number 1 in the ranking. All the eyes are on Chimaev and, maybe like a Caio Barallo and obviously Dricus Duplessis, but I don't really see much people talking about Nasruddin Imavov, but he has got amazing striking. He's riding a solid winning streak, finished Jared Cannonier even though it was controversial, knocked out Israel Adesanya, which is still amazing, by the way. Adesanya was a favourite going into that fight, still a top middleweight coming off a title fight, and he knocked him out. Massively impressive at Imavov to do that to Izzy, and obviously beat what's his name, Brendan Allen, when Allen was on a huge winning streak. So he's riding a solid winning streak, and he's got a good chance, and he's a fight or two away from a title fight, in my opinion. I mean, he could get one next after Chimaev. Reasons against, he's not beating Chimaev, and it's simply for the fact that Chimaev's in the middleweight division. I don't think anybody in this division is going to beat Chimaev. It's pretty much confirmed that Chimaev's getting a title fight next, and even though him and Dricus is pretty 50-50, which I'll get onto later on, if he does end up facing Chimaev, I don't pick him over him. Strickland 50-45'd him a few years ago as well, which I know Strickland's still around that title picture, but after his last couple of performances, it's not like Strickland's not necessarily champion worthy. And it's just a little bit too basic from these Nasruddin Imavov. You've got Dricus Duplessis, one of the most unorthodox weight fighters in the UFC. You've got Khamzat Chimaev, a monstrous grappler. And then you've got Nasruddin Imavov, and even though he is a solid, amazing striker, he doesn't necessarily stand out compared to the rest of the competitors. So Imavov could become a champion. He's kind of going under the radar in the middleweight division, but again, out of all the top middleweights right now, even though Imavov is definitely right there in the title picture, I don't think he's going to become a champion, especially over somebody like Khamzat Chimaev. Number 20. Corey Sandhagen in the bantamweight division. Sandhagen's been in so many top fights where it's like, oh my gosh, this could be the time when Sandhagen wins and then gets to fight for a belt finally against maybe like a Merab or Sean O'Malley, and then he fumbles. So the reasons for Corey Sandhagen potentially becoming a champion is he's very well rounded. He's got wrestling that he showed against Rob Font and Marlon Vera, and obviously he's one of the best strikers in this division. He's so slick on the feet and just his fight IQ as well, and his defensive grappling. And if Sean O'Malley does beat Merab at UFC 316 and he beats Figure, the UFC are probably going to do Corey Sandhagen versus Sean O'Malley. And I think he's got a real good chance of beating Sean O'Malley because of the striking and the fact that he also has the wrestling to mix things up. We saw how good he beat Marlon Vera and how he beat Rob Font and how, how defensive he looked against Umar Nurmagomedov. I don't know how that's got any relevance to Sean O'Malley, but you know what I mean? I just think he's got a good chance of beating Sean O'Malley. I think it's one of the trickier fights for O'Malley. Not that O'Malley has to worry about the wrestling necessarily, because it's not like, Sandhagen's wrestling is on the same level as like a Merab, but the fact that he is so well-rounded and O'Malley's got so much to deal with everywhere the fight goes, I think it'll be pretty tricky. So if O'Malley does beat Merab and he beats Figure, there's an opportunity for him to beat O'Malley and win gold. Reasons against Corey Sandhagen though is he always loses to the final hurdle. He got that fight with Aljamain Sterling, got choked out cold. He got that interim title fight with Peter Yan, got beaten by Peter Yan. He got that number 1 contender fight with Umar Nurmagomedov, and he lost to Umar Nurmagomedov. And it seems like every time he gets so close to a title fight, he always loses at the final hurdle, and he doesn't beat Merab. Even though, again, he could be quite tricky for Merab for the fact that he is a really good defensive wrestler. He showed that against Umar, and his stand-up is legit. I don't think anybody in the bantamweight division right now anytime soon is beating Merab, including Corey Sandhagen. So even though Sandhagen could pull it off, I'm not going to completely write him off and say that it would be shocking if he ever became a champion, but I think in the current circumstances of the bantamweight division, for how we've seen Sandhagen look recently against guys like Umar Nurmagomedov and even I know that he's getting demolished by these guys. He's making it competitive, but he just loses at the final hurdle. And unless it's like, Sean O'Malley becomes a champion and then we do Sandhagen O'Malley, I don't see Corey Sandhagen becoming a champion. Number 19. Brandon Royval in the flyweight division. Rank number 1, still a top contender, rising in the 2-fight win streak. Reasons for is if he beats Manel Kape, he's probably going to get a title shot. There's a lot of top contenders right now in the flyweight division. Him and Manel Kape are 2 of them. They've got a fight booked. I forgot which card it's on, but I think it's UFC 317 International Fight Week where they're going to be taking each other on. And if he does beat Manel Kape, that's a 3-fight winning streak. He's probably going to be getting a title shot next. And he did look great in his last 2. He took away the O from Tatsuro Taira. Showed really good anti-grappling in that fight. And then before that, beat Brandon Moreno in Mexico. So he's looked really good in his last 2 fights. And I think he's got a good chance of beating Pantoja if they do fight again. But reasons against him is because Moreno and Pantoja already beat him and have before. I think if he was to get rescheduled against Brandon Moreno, Moreno would beat him just because of how Moreno's looked recently. The fact that their fight in Mexico last year was so close. And Pantoja beat him in December of 2023. And that was one of more Pantoja's dominant performances. So I can't see him beating either of those guys again. And he is likely to move to 135. There's been these big discussions of Manel Kape moving to the bantamweight division. And I think he's very close to moving to that division. So I wouldn't necessarily count on Brandon Royval becoming a flyweight champion, considering that he's right there, about to move to 135. So Brandon Royval, again, one of these guys that's kind of going under the radar in the flyweight division, about a fight away from a title shot, but I just don't see it happening. But he has looked good in his last 2, and I've got to give him his credit for that. Number 18 is going to be Joaquin Buckley. I'd still count Joaquin Buckley as a top contender in the welterweight division. He just beat Colby Covington. He's about a fight or 2 away from a title fight. So Joaquin Buckley, reasons for him becoming a champion is he's a really tough fight for Belal Muhammad. I actually think out of everybody in the welterweight division, Joaquin Buckley's stylistically the worst. If Belal Muhammad's meant to be this guy, he's going to be the reigning welterweight champion for a long time. I think Buckley could be a terrible matchup. I mean, look at Joaquin Buckley. He's literally good everywhere the fight goes. He's got good wrestling. He's predominantly a wrestler. He's got decent striking that's been proven massively since moving down to 170. Showcased it against Colby Covington, another wrestler. He's powerful, explosive on the feet. His stamina's good as well. You look at somebody like Joaquin Buckley, who's so, muscular and just jacked and everything. You'd expect his stamina to be terrible, but he's actually got decent stamina. Like I said, good everywhere the fight goes. It's a very tricky fight for Belal Muhammad because of that, and I think if he was to get matched up against Belal Muhammad, I'm not saying I necessarily favour him to beat him, but I think he's definitely one of the worst matchups in the division for Belal. And like I said, he's about a fight away from a title shot, and you can't count him out against any top contender, but he is pretty much unproven against a top contender. His best win as of right now is Colby Covington, and we're talking about a washed Colby Covington that kind of showed up for a payday because gambling wasn't paying off. And at this moment in time, Colby's not necessarily a top win. He hasn't beaten a JDM, he hasn't beaten a Gary, he hasn't beaten a Shavkat, he's not beaten a single top contender, so he's still fairly unproven. And there's just so many top guys in the welterweight division. Welterweight is one of the most stacked divisions right now when it comes to top contenders. And the fact that he hasn't beaten a single one of them, the fact that so many names, I don't know if Joaquin Buckley would be necessarily my pick as of right now to become a champion. So even though Joaquin Buckley's right there, he's a win away from a title fight, and I think if he was to fight Belal, he'd have a real good chance of winning the belt. I think at this moment in time, I've got to see a little bit more from Joaquin Buckley before I say that he's definitely going to become a champion. Number 17 is going to be Jelton Ahmed in the heavyweight division. Similar reason to Cyril Gane. It's such a shallow division that every top contender has a real good chance at heavyweight because it's so shallow. The reasons for, I think outside of John Jones, he's the toughest test for Tom Aspinall. Jelton Ahmed's grappling is legit. He's the best wrestler in this division, apart from, like I said, maybe John Jones. The way that he ragdolled Sergey Spivak, and for the matter, everyone in the heavyweight division he has ragdolled so far, even Curtis Blades. He was comfortably beating Curtis Blades before he got finished by ground and pound, so I think he's a terrible matchup for Tom Aspinall because of how good his grappling is, and the fact that it does seem like he's improving his striking, like he did against Sergey Spivak, and he doesn't waste time on the feet. He shoots takedown immediately. He's a smart guy. And if he does face Cyril Gane for like this #1 contender fight, which by the way he's called out Cyril Gane and Volkov, they've both rejected him, he ragdoll Cyril Gane. That's not even a close fight. I think if he was to face Gane, he's pretty comfortable beating Cyril Gane. But the reasons against him becoming a champion is the best win is Sergey Spivak. Again, we've not really seen him against a top heavyweight yet. We've seen him against Curtis Blades and he got finished, but we haven't seen him against Gane. We haven't seen him against Volkov. We haven't seen him against Sergey Pavlovich. His best win is to Sergey Spivak. And he's just too one-dimensional in my opinion. It goes back to the whole Cyril Gane argument where I just don't see him beating Tom Aspinall. He's too one-dimensional in my opinion. Best wrestler, or one of the best wrestlers in this division. Great grappling, does seem to be improving, but the striking is definitely something that's lacking. And I think if Aspinall, a guy like Aspinall, who's known for having good grappling, can keep the fight standing, he's in the world of trouble. So Jelton Ahmed in the heavyweight division, it's so shallow that a lot of them have a good chance of becoming a champion. I'm still going to put him at number 17th. Could become a champion, but because of purely Tom Aspinall, I don't see it happening. If Aspinall didn't exist, he'd probably be in the top 10, maybe even the top 5. But because it's Tom Aspinall we're talking about, I'm going to put him at number 17. Number 16 Gene Silver, who I would class as a top contender. I know he's probably going to be ranked number 13 by Tuesday because he only beat Brass Mitchell, but if we're really talking about talent-wise, he's a top 5 dude in this division. Reasons for, like I just said, already looks top 5 ready with every performance he has. He just goes out there and showcases everything. He's striking. The fact that every single one of his fights is showboating his opponents, and he went out there and submitted Brass Mitchell in that fashion. He looks top 5 ready, and I think he could beat a lot of the dudes in this top 10 of the featherweight division. Fighting nerds as well. They seem to be unstoppable. This fighting nerds gym, they've got plot armor that just seems unstoppable, and he's a dangerous striker with submission ability. He's very patient on the feet, he's Gene Silver. He doesn't throw any unnecessary shots, but he's still very dangerous. Power puncher in the featherweight division. Submission ability, like I said, as he just showcased against Brass Mitchell. He's really got the potential to become a champion, and I said this in the breakdown of UFC 314. It's a shame that Ilia Topuria moved down to 145 because I really do feel like Gene Silver could have been one of the best matchups for Ilia Topuria had that fight happened. But the reasons against is because he's still unproven against the top guy. His best win is Bryce Mitchell, and Bryce Mitchell isn't exactly a top featherweight in this division, and it's a division full of killers. We haven't even seen him against like a Lerone Murphy or a Josh Emmett or an Arnold Allen, like even like a top 5 to 10 featherweight. Yeah, who knows how he looks against somebody in the top 10 of this division. He might even get destroyed by people in the top 5, so he's unproven against the top guy. He looks great against the guys that he is facing, but I can't really see he's going to be a future champion when you haven't even beaten a single name in the top 10 of the featherweight division. So Gene Silver at 16th, I think the run that he's on and the fighting nerds, the plot armor with everything going on, he has got a really good chance of becoming a champion, but again, I wouldn't favour Gene Silver as of right now. I just need to see a little bit more. Maybe one more win against somebody in the top 10, and then I could put him in the top 10 of this list, but right now I'm going to put him at number 16. Number 15th, I'm going to go with Sean Brady in the welterweight division. Yeah, Brady's been in an absolute roll. Reason is for, only lost to Bilal Muhammad. His only professional loss is to the current welterweight champion Bilal Muhammad, which is not shameful at all. And he just dominated Leon Edwards better than everybody else. Leon Edwards, this former champion of the welterweight division who had a couple of defenses, he dominated him. He did it better than Bilal Muhammad. He did it better than Usman performed against him. He just dominated Leon Edwards in super impressive fashion, out-wrestled him, beat him, bullied him with ground and pound, got the submission to put the cherry on top. That's one of the best performances we've ever seen anyone ever have against Leon Edwards. He looked amazing in that fight. And he's a winner away from a title fight. He's actually a tricky style for Bilal Muhammad. Now, I know he's been finished by Bilal Muhammad, which we're going to talk about in a second, but he's a tricky style if you think about it. A pressure boxer who's got good wrestling, a busy wrestler too, not just somebody who's looking to rack up control time, actively looks to deal damage on the ground and look for submissions. Terrible fight for Bilal. One win away from a title fight, maybe a shaft cut, and then he can, fight for the belt. But the reasons against is he's been finished on the feet by Bilal Muhammad before. It's not a good look when you're getting finished on the feet by Bilal Muhammad, a guy who's known for his wrestling and not known for his finishing ability. You put those two in one, not good looking good for Sean Brady. And like I said before with Joaquin Buckley, there's so many top contenders in this division. It could be JDM, it could be Shafkat, it could be Joaquin Buckley, it could be Sean Brady. It's not like heavyweight where there's like 2 top contenders. There's so many in this division. It could be any of them. So Sean Brady, honestly, wouldn't be surprised if he becomes a champion. He's definitely one of the best cases to become the champion in this division right now. But there's so many top guys. It's like pulling a name out of a hat, and any of them could become a champion. Sean Brady's one of them. I think he's got a good chance again, stylistically this year for Bilal Muhammad. But he just needs to go out there and get that one win, and then actually go and beat Bilal Muhammad, which I don't really see most people doing right now in the welterweight division. Number 14th, we've got Caio Borralho, another fighting nerd in the middleweight division. Reasons for Caio Borralho becoming a champion. Fighting nerds again, the plot armor of fighting nerds, they just seem unstoppable with every performance, and it's really hard to bet against the fighting nerds in 2025. Terrible matchup for Dricus du Plessis as well. I think if Dricus can beat Chimaev and Caio Borralho gets a title shot, Borralho could be the guy to stop Dricus du Plessis. A technical, dangerous striker like all the fighting nerds are that he showcased in nearly every single one of his performances. With good wrestling too, he's not one-dimensional, he's known for good wrestling. He showed his power with Abbas Mandaredo, and he's an elite striker with ground game. He's a terrible fight for Dricus du Plessis. No matter anybody in this division, he's about 5'4". If he goes and faces Nasty Imavov, I'm probably going to favour him to beat Imavov. I'd probably pick him to beat, an Adesanya and a Whittaker, maybe not Whittaker, because that's a 50-50 fight, but I'd probably pick him to beat Adesanya in 2025. Obviously, we've got Chimaev, which I'm going to talk about in a second, but he's definitely one of the best cases for becoming a champion in this division. So, those are the reasons for. Reasons against is his best win is a Cannonier decision. He didn't bully Cannonier in that fight, he batted Cannonier, which after Cannonier's last performance has aged well, but that is his best win. And again, Chimaev's in this division. He's unlikely to beat Chimaev. If he can wear out the first and the second round and then pick him apart on the feet, he's got a good chance, but we're talking about Khamzat Chimaev in this division at this time. He's unlikely to beat him, so again, wouldn't shock me if Caio Borralho becomes a champion. I think he's probably got one of the better chances of becoming a champion out of all the top contenders, but due to the current circumstances of Chimaev being in the division and the fact that he is pretty much unproven against top contenders, I can't really put him any higher than 14th. Number 13th is going to be Peter Yan in the bantamweight division, obviously former champion, but can he win the belt again? I'm going to put him at 13th. Now, the reasons for is because he's the highest level fighter in the UFC. I genuinely think that Peter Yan is the most skilled fighter in the UFC right now. He is in a division that is classed as the most skilled division, and I think from top to bottom, well-rounded, everything taken into account, Peter Yan's the most skilled fighter in the UFC, and he's one more win before a title shot. I think that you could probably make a case to say that he deserves the title fight over O'Malley, but he's definitely one more win away from a title fight. He called out Umar Magomedov in the fight. That fight does happen and he beats Umar. Without a doubt, he's going to be fighting for a belt. And look at his wins. He beat Corey Sandhagen, Davison Figueiredo last year in Macau, and he also beat Sean O'Malley. He's already got a really good resume in this division. Arguably beat Aljamain Sterling too, so he's definitely one of the best, highest level dudes in this division, and could be the guy to win the belt. The reasons against is because Merab demolished him. We all know Merab's a pretty dominant champion. He beat Umar, he beat Sean O'Malley, but he didn't just beat Peter Yan. He dominated him. That was one of the most dominant performances I've ever seen. I'd argue that's probably Merab's most dominant performance to date against Peter Yan, and he always struggles with heavy wrestlers. It seems to be a bit of a kryptonite with Peter Yan. Song Yudong took him down in the first round. Merab dominated him. Aljamain Sterling was able to beat him from the wrestling. It seems like the biggest kryptonite from Peter Yan, even though he's a good wrestler in himself, does seem to be these high-level wrestlers, and that's why I don't necessarily pick him to beat somebody like an Umar Magomedov. But we're talking about one of the best in the division. We're talking about one of the highest level. We're talking about a guy who makes it competitive with everybody apart from Merab. So if Peter, like I said, if Sean O'Malley can beat Merab and then they do Peter Yan versus Sean O'Malley, it's right there for the taking. Peter Yan could become a champion, and who knows how he performs against the new man Magomedov. So I think Peter Yan's definitely got a really good chance of becoming a champion in the bantamweight division. Definitely top 3 biggest chances right now. I'll put him at number 13. For number 12, I'm going to go with Jack Della Maddalena. Another welterweight top contender to be the front runner of the welterweights and becoming a champion. Now, the reason I put Jack Della Maddalena number 1 in the welterweight division is he only needs to beat Bilal at 315. We talk about guys like Joaquin Buckley and Sean Brady, how they're like one fight away from a title fight. Well, JDM's there. He's getting the title fight at 315. All he's got to do is beat Bilal Muhammad, which he doesn't have a terrible chance of beating Bilal Muhammad, and he's the champion. You know, he's done the whole thing that this video is about, become a champion, and he's a tough dude, man. Not an easy guy to beat, not an easy guy to put out, undefeated in the UFC, best boxer right now in the 170 division, and he's not going to be like Leon Edwards where he's just trying to out-technique Bilal Muhammad and keep it pretty and perfect. The guy's going to go out there and have a scrap with him, and I think that's what gives me confidence when JDM is going into that fight with Bilal. But the reasons against is because I still don't think he beats Bilal Muhammad. We need to, if JDM would have gone out there and maybe beaten like a Shafkat or even like a Joaquin Buckley for that sake, maybe I'd have liked his odds against Bilal Muhammad a lot more. Even though I think he's going to put up a better performance than Leon Edwards, I'm still picking Bilal Muhammad to beat him. And again, like I said with Joaquin Buckley and Sean Brady, he's in a division full of beasts. It could genuinely be anyone. I don't know if JDM's striking me as the guy to become a champion, but considering that he's right there, he's got the title fight, he could definitely do it. So I'm going to put JDM at 12. Has a good chance because he's getting a title fight. Number 11, Sean O'Malley. For a very similar case to JDM in the sense that he only needs to keep around UFC 316. Again, similar to JDM, he's got the title fight. He doesn't have to go on there and build himself back up. It's already been announced for 316. So if he can clip Merab, he's going to become a champion. And he has a good chance of doing it. Listen, I'm going to be picking Merab to beat him, which I'll get into in a second. But we're talking about the sniper, the best striker in this division at 135, and a former champion at that as well. He could do it. He could beat Merab, and if he does, he could become a champion. So Sean O'Malley, I'd say, has a good chance of becoming a champion because he's got the title shot. Reasons against: Merab already beat him comfortably, and he's likely to do it again. I have no reason to pick Sean O'Malley to beat Merab in the rematch. He hasn't built himself back up. He hasn't beaten a top contender like a Corey Sandhagen or Davison Figueiredo, and shown us that he's different now. I have no reason to pick him against Merab, especially after what Merab just did to Umar as well. I'm going to be picking Merab to beat him again. And I'd probably pick a Peter Yan and Umar Magomedov to beat him as well. I think him versus Sandhagen is 50-50. We haven't really seen Sean O'Malley against any of the current top contenders. We saw him face Aljamain Sterling, who's now at 145. We saw him beat Chito Vera, who's like number 8 in the division, whatever it is. But we haven't seen him against any of the real top contenders. Yan, I'd probably pick him to beat Sean O'Malley. I'd probably pick Umar to beat Sean O'Malley. Him and Sandhagen's 50-50. I'd pick Merab to beat him. Even though O'Malley's still one of the most skilled, flashy strikers in this division, when it comes to his current odds against the top bantamweights, I don't know how much of them I favour Sean O'Malley to beat. So Sean O'Malley's going to go at number 11. He's got the title fight booked. He could have clipped Merab. If anybody's going to clip Merab in this division, it's going to be Sean O'Malley. But I don't favour him to beat Merab. And I think after he loses to Merab, it's going to have to be at least 2 to 3 more wins in this division against top contenders that I don't think he beats for him to become a champion. So I'll put him at number 11. Has a really good chance. Got the title fight, but all just comes down to how he performs against Merab. Number 10, I'm going to go Yuri Prohaska in the light heavyweight division. Reasons for Yuri Prohaska. Number 1, he is the worst matchup for Ankalaev. I think Yuri's a terrible matchup for Ankalaev because he's not going to let it be technical. He's not going to let it be pretty. He's going to go out there and be weird with Ankalaev. You know, that's what I think separates him from Alex Pereira when it comes to Ankalaev. Alex is looking for that one shot. He's looking to keep it a pretty kickboxing matchup where he's looking for the takedowns. Yuri doesn't give a fuck about the takedowns like he does in any fight. He's going to go out there. He's going to make it a war. He's going to put Ankalaev into deep waters. I'm not saying I'm going to pick him to beat Ankalaev, but I think stylistically, because of how unorthodox and weird he is, he's a terrible matchup for Ankalaev, and obviously Ankalaev's the champion. And he probably beats every single light heavyweight apart from Alex. Like I just said, him and Ankalaev is a bit of a coin flip. But apart from Alex, he beats every light heavyweight right now because every time he goes out there, he performs. Finishes Jamal Hill, finishes Glover Teixeira, finishes Dominic Reyes, finishes Volkan Oezdemir. Every top contender that he faces, he looks amazing against. The reasons against him becoming a champion, though, is because he's very vulnerable, because he's so weird. I know he's improved his head movement in that fight with Yuri, but he could be clipped at any moment, it feels like. And if Alex does beat Ankalaev at 3, whenever they're going to be taking each other on, he's not beating Alex. He's 0-2 against Alex, with the second one being more decisive. So I think he has to kind of pray that Ankalaev beats Alex. And there's no guarantee for him to beat Ankalaev and Ulberg as well. I think the fight to make next for Yuri is going to be him versus Carlos Ulberg. There's no guarantee that he beats Carlos Ulberg, and there's no guarantee that he even beats Ankalaev. It's kind of just a hoping type of thing. So I'll put Yuri at number 10.
Okay?
I think he's got a really good chance of becoming a champion. If he goes out there and beats Carlos Ulberg, where I am favouring him to beat Ulberg, and Ankalaev can beat Alex, and they do Yuri versus Ankalaev, he's got a really good shot of beating Amargam Ankalaev, but it's kind of all got to work out in his favour. There's a lot of ifs, and as of right now, I'm going to put him at number 10. Don't count him out. Would not be surprised if he becomes a champion, but he's going to kind of rely on a couple of things moving on in this division for him to become a champion. Number 9, I'm going to go with Charles Oliveira in the lightweight division. Reasons for Oliveira becoming a champion. Number 1, he's the most dangerous fighter at 155. It's him and Islam. Obviously, Islam is probably more dangerous, but, you know, he's the most dangerous submission artist in the UFC. This dangerous Muay Thai style, which these guys that shoot their box seem to perfect. He's the most dangerous fighter in this division. If Islam didn't exist, he'd rule the division. I know we lost to Arman Sarukin, but I feel like if you book him versus Sarukin, it could go 50-50. And I think in a 5-rounder, if anything, it favours Charles Oliveira. So if Islam didn't exist, he'd still probably be the champion. And he now has wrestling too. Listen, I know we're talking about Michael Chandler, which happened in UFC 314. Hasn't aged amazingly, but we saw a different side to Oliveira in that fight with Michael Chandler. Usually Oliveira, he kind of relies on his Muay Thai, and then he'll get dropped, and then once he's dropped, people will go to the ground, and there he finds a submission. In the fight with Michael Chandler, he showed that he's got wrestling. It's not just BJJ and Muay Thai. He's now improved the wrestling. It seems like he's becoming a lot more well-rounded, which I think going into the fight with Makachev gives me a lot more confidence for Oliveira. But the reasons against him becoming a champion, he's unlikely to beat Islam. I'm picking Islam to beat Oliveira every time, and Arman did beat him. Even though I do think in a 5-rounder, Oliveira probably gets the better of that fight. Arman has beaten him before. What's to say he doesn't do it again? But Charles Oliveira, he's right there. I mean, potentially a win away from a title fight. Always going to be a top lightweight, former champion, and he could go out there and put up a competitive fight against Islam Makachev, and he's super dangerous, and you can never count him out. So I think Oliveira's got a really good chance of becoming a champion in this division, and he's right over there. Number 8, I'm going Movsar Evloev in the featherweight division. I do think Evloev will touch gold at some point in his career, and I think it is pretty likely. The reason I say that, number 1, is he's the best wrestler at 145. The featherweight division has always kind of had a problem of not having much wrestlers in this division. It's always been a striker-orientated division. You've now got likes of Aljamain, Sterling, and guys like that. But when it comes to pure wrestling, Evloev's definitely the best, and he proved that at UFC 310 when he beat Aljamain Sterling. He's the best wrestler in this division, which I think stylistically could pose a lot of problems. He's probably going to be getting the next title shot. It's pretty much confirmed that him and Volkanovski are going to be taking each other on next, so he's already got the title shot, so he just needs to beat Volkanovski. And he has many years left in the game. He's not one of these older guys in this division like a Volkanovski or, like some of these other featherweight contenders. He's got many years left in the game. He's a young, hungry dude who's coming to become a champion, undefeated as well. Reasons reasons against him, though, is I do think Volkanovski beats him comfortably. I think if he does fight Volkanovski, which he probably will, I'm going to favour Volkanovski to win that fight, at least 4 rounds to 1. Maybe Evloev can control him in the first, but I think the fact that, I mean, look at how good Volkanovski performed against Islam in that first fight. I'm not going to be picking Evloev to beat Volkanovski under any means. He got 0 finishing ability as well. The biggest talk about against Volkanovski coming into the fight with Lopez was, is Lopez going to clip him? Is he going to knock him out? Could he get the submission? You don't have to worry about that against Evloev. Evloev ain't finishing up Volkanovski. There's no chance he finishes Volkanovski. There's not a chance in hell he finishes Volkanovski. So, no danger to Volk in that fight. And he makes all these fights close. The fight with Arnold Allen was a very, very controversial fight where a lot of people thought Arnold Allen won. The fight with Aljamain Sterling, I thought he beat Sterling, but again, a very close fight. And apart from that, it's just pure decision. So I feel like he's not really putting that stamp on his wins. He's having a lot of these close fights. Even the fight with Diego Lopez was close too. And Lopez's first UFC fight. So Evloev got a good chance of becoming a champion. I think one day he probably will touch gold, but we can't really guarantee on it just yet. So I'm going to put him at number 8. At number 7, I'm going to go Alex Pereira to regain his belt in the light heavyweight division and become a champion. The reason for Alex Pereira is because he's already proven that he beats every light heavyweight outside of Ankalaev. Similar to the Oliveira and Islam situation, if Magomed Ankalaev didn't exist, Alex Pereira would be their defending champion, and nobody's beating this dude in the division apart from Ankalaev. So there's only one dude that's stopping him from touching gold, and it really just comes down to can he beat Ankalaev in the rematch. That is genuinely what it comes down to. He's got a 50-50 chance of beating Ankalaev. If he loses to Ankalaev, I don't think he ever touches gold for the rest of his career. And obviously, if he beats Ankalaev, he's a champion. So it really just comes down to that one fight. Reasons against him though is Ankalaev should be a slight favourite. Based on the fact that Ankalaev's, got the wrestling, he was fighting during Ramadan, and he's beaten Alex pretty comfortably in their fight. Ankalaev should be a slight favourite going to the rematch, and he probably only has 2 to 3 fights left. He's getting up there in age now with Alex. I don't think he's going to be here in 2-3 years' time, so I think if he does fight Ankalaev and then lose to Ankalaev, that I don't really see him becoming a champion again, because he's not going to face Ankalaev in a trilogy, and I think heavyweight has to be out of the conversation now. So I'll put Alex Pereira at number 7. It really just comes down to can he beat Magomed Ankalaev in the rematch. If he can, he's obviously a champion and he has a good chance of doing that, but if he can't, obviously never going to become a champion again. So it's a bit of a weird situation with Alex, but just comes down to the Ankalaev fight. Number 6, I'm going to go Brandon Moreno in the flyweight division. The reasons for Moreno is because he's probably going to get a title shot at UFC 320. UFC 320 is going to be in Mexico, and I feel like they've got to have Brandon Moreno on that card, and it's probably going to have to be for a title shot now. So I do think the UFC going to book him versus Pantoja for the flyweight belt at UFC 320, and it's a 50-50 fight. I know he's 0-3 against Pantoja, which I'll talk about in a second, but look at how competitive their third fight was at UFC 290, and the run that Moreno's been on since that fight has been incredible. So I think him and Pantoja is a 50-50 fight where he could go out there and beat Pantoja. Reasons against though is he's 0-3 against Pantoja. It's hard to sell a fight and it's hard to bet on Moreno to beat Pantoja when you're 0-3 against him. It's not like that fight at UFC 290 was the only fight he ever had and it was super competitive. He's 0-3 against him, and if he does lose to Pantoja again, there's no way they ever end up fighting again. Listen, I'm not saying that even if he loses to Pantoja, he can't become a champion, because if Pantoja beats Moreno and then, let's say, retires in like a year from now, Moreno definitely has a good chance of becoming a champion, long in the future, but there's just no way they fight again. There's no way they're doing him and Pantoja number 4. I know they did the quadrilogy with Figure, but that's because Moreno beat Figure a few times. So, yeah, I think Moreno, it all comes down to similar to Ankalaev and Alex Pereira. Can he beat Alejandro Pantoja? I think it's 50-50. I think he's got a good chance of doing it, and I reckon he will get the next title shot in the flyweight division. So I'm going to put Brandon Moreno at number 6. At number 5, I'm going to go Arman Tsarukyan in the lightweight division. Reasons for: he has the best wrestler at 155 with Makachev. I don't think Makachev has better wrestling than Arman Tsarukyan. I really don't. I think their wrestling's even. Arman Tsarukyan is an amazing wrestler, fantastic. He's got some of the best in this division. He showed it in that first fight with Makachev a few years ago. He's chained with Olympic wrestling. He showed it in the fight with Gamrot how good his scrambles are. He's got the best wrestling at 155 in this division, but I think he's going to cause him a massive advantage, and what separates him from other contenders going into the fight with Makachev. And he likely beats every other guy at 155. Again, like I said with Oliveira, him and Oliveira is 50-50, and I would favour Islam to beat him. But apart from that, I'd probably favour him to beat every other lightweight, including Ilia Topuria moving up. I think him and Islam, apart from Islam Makhachev, he's the only other contender that I would probably favour to beat Topuria. Reasons against, though, is I wouldn't favour him against Islam. That is literally all it comes down to. Makhachev's the champion, and I don't think Arman Tsarukyan is going to beat Islam Makhachev, and that's why I'm going to put him at number 5, because he's in a division with Makhachev. But there's been rumours of Makhachev moving to 170. If Makhachev does move to 170, I think Tsarukyan has to be like a real really big favourite of becoming the next champion in this division. So Armin Tsarukyan, number 5, has everything going for him to become a future champion. Fairly young on in his career as well, but we're talking about in a division where he's got Makachev and he's still going to prove himself in a 5-rounder against somebody like Oliveira. So I'll put Tsarukyan at number 5. At number 4, I'm going to go Shavkat Rakhmonov. Now, reasons for Shavkat becoming a champion is he's 19-0, 18 finishes, 4 ranked wins. You can say he got fraud checked against Ian Gary, who looks very beatable, but again, 19-0 undefeated, 18 of those wins by finish, 4 wins in the rankings of the World Division. You cannot deny Shavkat Rakhmonov. That alone is crazy. That statistic alone is crazy. And he's got a good chance of every welterweight. He took the Yo against Ian Gary. He's got a good chance because of how dangerous he is against every welterweight contender, like a JDM, like a Sean Brady, like a Joaquin Butler, like a Bilal Muhammad. So he's got a good chance against everybody. But the reasons against is Gary made him look beatable. And I'm not acting as if Gary's a bum, as if Gary's a scrub, but when you're losing to, I mean, Ian Gary's not even the final boss of this division. The final boss is Bilal. When, you know, Ian Gary's taking you back and being able to defend takedowns and taking you to a fairly competitive decision, it's not making you look like the boogeyman of the division anymore. And I don't know if I favour him against Buckley, Bilal or JDM. That's not me saying I'd necessarily favour those guys against him, but again, like I've said about 50 times in this video, welterweight's got so many top contenders that I don't know if Shavkat pokes his head through the water against all the other guys. So I do believe by the end of his career, Shavkat will have touched gold, whether it's against Bilal, whether it's against somebody else. I think when it's all said and done, he will become a champion. I think the Gary fight will be a learning progress. So if you had, you know, $100 right now to my name, do I think Shavkat's going to become a champion? Yes or no? I'm going to go yes. I think by the end of his career, he will become a champion. So I'm going to put Shavkat at number 4. At number 3, I'm going to go with Umar Nurmagomedov. I really do think Umar Nurmagomedov becomes a champion. I think it's very hard to believe that Umar Nurmagomedov, when it's all said and done, doesn't touch gold at some point throughout his entire career. Reasons for: he has at least 5 years left. He'll very likely to become a champion one day. He just had a fight with Merab for a belt. And we're talking about Merab, the best bantamweight, honestly, in history. I think Merab's the best in history in this division. In his second ranked fight, he beat Sandhagen and then he faces Merab. And he has that performance against Merab. Now, I'm not going to be one of these people that say it was a robbery and Umar should have won. He lost fair and square, but for that performance against Merab in his second ranked fight, and he's still got so much time to improve and rack up the experience, I really do think Umar becomes a champion in the future. The only reason against is because he's got only 1 ranked win. He hasn't proven himself against any other dudes in this division, but I think he beats Peter Yan. I think he's got a good chance of beating Sean O'Malley. He's already beaten Corey Sandhagen. I think he, obviously he's already lost to Merab, but I reckon he can build himself a champion again. I reckon he can do it, man. I really do believe that Umar Nurmagomedov will become a champion one day, build himself back up, become a champion, touch gold. Umar Nurmagomedov will become a champion. He's going number 3. Number 2 is Khamzat Chimaev. Now, I said earlier on in this video when talking about the likes of Imavov and Barallo that they've all got what it takes to become a champion. The only reason they don't is because Chimaev's in this division. Chimaev's going to become a middleweight champion one day. Reasons for: he's the most dangerous middleweight in the UFC right now. That's because of his grappling. His grappling is next level. He's not a lay and pray grappler. He's not even like a Sean Brady where his game plan is to take you down. It's not even just a game plan. It's inevitable. He's going to fucking ragdoll you and take you down and either bully you with ground and pound or take his time and get the submission. Once he gets that submission locked in, there's no escaping. I think he beats Dricus du Plessis. Now again, I don't want to ride on his high horse too much. I think him and Dricus is still, or should be, a 50-50 fight when it comes to the betting lines, but my personal opinion is that he does beat Dricus du Plessis, and no other middleweight beats him. I think I'd favour Khamzat Chimaev to beat every other middleweight on the planet. Say that when it's all said and done, when his career's done, that Khamzat Chimaev never touches gold at some point, would be crazy. The only reason against him becoming a champion is the Hudman and Burns would make you look human. He doesn't look unstoppable. He doesn't look inhumane. You know, that fight with Kamaru Usman was a draw, and that was in the middleweight division. The fight with Burns, he had a back and forth scrap with Burns, so we've made him look human before. And we all know that that gas tank is something that's kind of lacking for Chimaev. And Dricus could get it done. It's a super close fight with the run that Dricus du Plessis is on right now. There's no guarantee that Chimaev beats him. But even if Dricus remains a champion, he's still got the rest of his career to become a champion, does Khamzat Chimaev. So I'm almost betting the house that Chimaev becomes a champion. I've been very, very, very shocked if by the end of his career he never becomes a champion. It would be one of the biggest upsets in history. Not against him over a specific opponent, but him never going to become a champion would be a huge upset. So Chimaev at number 2. I really do think people now becomes a champion. At number 1, the number 1 contender I don't just think, I know, and I will literally bet my channel that this individual becomes a champion, is Tom Aspinall. And I'm talking undisputed champion. Tom Aspinall's becoming a champion. There's nothing you can do about it. He's going to become a champion. Reasons for: think about every possible scenario. John Jones gets stripped from the belt. Tom Aspinall is going to be promoted to Undisputed. He's a champion. Tom Aspinall beats John Jones. He's a champion. Even if John Jones humiliatingly beats Tom Aspinall, takes him down, slashes him with elbows, does the Donald Trump dance, walks off with 50 million. Even in the worst case scenario, Tom Aspinall's going to become a champion down the line because he's the best heavyweight of this generation. If Jones beats him and Jones retires, no one else is beating Tom Aspinall. That is literally the only dude that can beat Aspinall. He's 100% guaranteed to become a champion and there's zero reasons against him. So Tom Aspinall is my #1 of becoming a champion in his division. But that is my list of ranking every top contender who I think becomes a champion and who have the most chance. Let me know if you agree with this list. Switch in back to round your own personal list of B. And thank you for watching.
What is the most...
God to be with you. Stay safe. Farewell. What brings you here? Eterra's grace be with you. be right behind you.
I see.
What? Go on then. Of now, Eld I have every the gods have long left this world, but their memory will give you comfort. Be safe, traveler.
If you don't stuff that takedown, oh my god, he didn't stuff that takedown. Oh my god, he didn't stuff that takedown. But there you go, he's back up. Oh my, this guy is literally falling into takedowns and Zalau's not stuffing him at all. 35 seconds. Dude, explode. You're going to lose your win streak this year. You've had a full camp. Explode, please. This guy is literally leaning into him this round. Good shot from Tapura. Zalau. Alright, 20 seconds. Tapura is literally done. He's backing up the entire time. Flying knee and straight into a takedown. Sprawl it! Frio Tapura. I can't believe it, man. That's actually shit. That's actually shit. That's a shit performance. And he's not a shit fighter. What a shitty performance from Zalau. What the fuck? Good win from Tapura. What the fuck, man? Out-grinded. Like the first round explosive finisher. Out-grinded by him in the third round. He's injured, hasn't had a single fight in 2020. Steps in on a week's notice. A guy who's had 4 fights overall in 2020. 3 fights overall under the current circumstances. Has a full camp. Gets out-grinded in the third round against a guy who's winging haymakers. You landed 5 body kicks on him in the first round and good leg kicks. He squeezed a bunch of submissions on you the entire time, and you gassed out in the third round more than he did. And he just leaned into takedowns and got him. Working the clinch, they break. Good jab from Tapura, good 2 from Jackson, there you go. body shot from Tapuria. And again with the lead hook to the body. Holy shit, Tapuria cracked him again. Uppercuts. Body shot. Oh my god, he's gonna really fuck him up bad. Oh my god, he's fucked him up bad. Oh my god, he's fucked him up bad. Tapuria's a beast. Okay, Tapuria's a fucking monstrous bastard. Okay. That was sodomy. That was actual sodomy. Tapuria's a fucking monster, man. Jesus Christ. So far. Shut up. So far behind. Always trying to ruin shit. You're banned. You're actually fucking banned. Out you fucking go, you bitch. Anyway, hey, you're doing the distance, huh? I mean, I thought it was going to be... I didn't think Tapuria was just going to be, oh, you like grappling? Okay, we'll just do this instead. Good shit from Tapuria, though. Bink! Bink! Oh, that body shot, man. 50k? Oh, that is 50k. Regardless of what happens, that's 50k. Took him over the top, he sinks down. That's actually similar to the Buckley right KO. Nice job. Good shots. Look at what they did to my boy. That body shot though, man. I think Jackson was hurt a couple of times to the body. He was playing it off well. But those body shots were ripping him. 50k. Beast with a full camp, yeah. He finished the allow with a full camp. Good shots. Nasty body shot, yeah. Jackson got destroyed, indeed he did. Georgian fighters on the map. Oh, he's getting that money, indeed. Nasty. I like it when you get these.
Guns held by. Please, stop him.
What? Goodbye. Bah.
Gods be with you.
Yes. Yes. Follow your feet.